got somebody over on Twitch already. Let's go. Let's go. Boom. All right. What's up, guys? Welcome back to heaven. Twitch gives the most updated notifications. That's how I'm using it, baby. Makes life good. Good. How am I? I'm doing good. It's funny, as soon as I start like chatting and Pradeep can tell I'm like doing something, he just starts ripping the shit out of the couch. He's like, hey, you're talking? I could use a little attention. Andrew Bats, thank you for the first super chat. Hell yeah, Andrew. What's up, dude? What's new? Are you cured of your ailments? My first live, my mommy let me stay up late at night. Hell yeah, dude. Thank you, mommy. We love you. This is a late night stream. Ever watch Vaporama Vision Shorts? No, what's that about? Is it all about vaping? Also, has anyone played Oblivion Remake at all? I just saw a news headline reading, woman who ripped out own eyes while high on meth has no regrets after getting fired. Yeah, because now she has more time to smoke more meth. You don't need eyeballs to light up a crack pipe and smoke it. And you don't need a job. All you need is a mouth and $10. How do you think I've gotten by so long and so well? Where do you think all these super chats go to? Every time you guys donate, like right here, Pam Hebard, thank you for the gifted membership to Catherine Hernandez, but just be aware that this is going to feed my addiction to methamphetamines. Which is fine, which is totally okay to do. I don't fault you for enjoying my content. I just understand that I am on a very powerful downward spiral in my life. But yeah, it's nothing that a little meth can't fix. $10 for a meth, is this inflation? Yeah, dude. It's like egg prices go down, but I think egg prices and meth are like inverse to one another. I'm not an economist. I just live under a bridge. Thought you were addicted to eyes, not meth. Whatever. You can smoke anything if you get it hot enough. You can just turn it into plasma. How have I been? I've been great. How was my weekend? My weekend was great. It blew by. I'm getting back into. I got a workout plan coming for Monday. We're getting back into lifting again, back into primarily calisthenics. Honestly, I might even just use the lifting aspects. What do you think? Would you do calisthenics first and then do your lifting? Or would you do your lifting and then calisthenics? I feel like calisthenics first, just because they're easier to wake up everything. I finally chop Pokemon cards and roll them in a zig bag to smoke them. There you go. Which one are you smoking? Wonder which one tastes the best. Probably a holographic crown Pikachu. Oh shit, Helen, Goodlet, thank you for the big 20. Love your stories and I'm addicted. Thank you, Helen. Very kind of you. Love you, appreciate you. The grossest thing we smoked was a cigarette with tuna in it. How in the world did that happen? Calisthenics first, yeah. It's just like the calisthenics are kind of like a, I don't know. I guess as long as you're challenging the muscles, it's really no big deal. Well, you know what? Honestly, it's the calisthenics that tends to be the one that I avoided. So I feel like if I do them first and then get into my major lifts, I'll be way more interested in them. What's my split? It's just like bench press, squat, overhead press, like deadlift format, but then just a bunch of like calisthenics. I mean, at the end of the day, I thought I was really going to be getting into it, but the programming that I got, though it's good, it's not like, I was kind of like semi-hoping to join the Olympic gymnastic team at some point. I think there's still hope at almost 35 years old. If Tom Brady and LeBron James can do it, and Messi and Ronaldo, I believe in myself. Just started Baldur's Gate 3 with my brother and 2 sons. They're all stupid, but I'm a motherfucking G cleric. That's awesome. That sounds fun. Thoughts on the Odyssey? What's that? Is that Nintendo? Did anybody say they've been playing, has anybody played Oblivion? LeBron Joms? I guess you're not too old to just try your best. Why don't you play spooky games and just narrate? Would I have to play them whilst narrating? I'm not sure I can do. I'm not sure I can look at both screens. I guess I do have 2 eyeballs that I haven't eaten yet, so I can just look like a chameleon. Wort. Diablo fan. I didn't make it very far in Diablo. Oh, Diablo 2. Yeah, I guess that's where the fun stopped, right? Well, guess what, Diablo 2 fans? I'm a diehard Diablo 1 fan. That's when it really got peak. Expedition 33, I haven't, no. I'm not like, I mean, it's a turn-based RPG, right? I'm not like a huge, big fan of those outside of like Pokemon. Is Five Nights at Freddy's making an entry tonight for video game stories? I hope so, dude. I hope we got something in there from Febby. It's probably just the entire bite of 69. Andrew Batts with the 10 says, just got discharged from Lakeside Manor. Now seeing a pain doctor. Doc is hooking me up with fentanyl patches, Percocet, and pregabalin. But according to my contact, no more benzos, alcohol, or drugs. Yeah, Andrew, you gotta be careful, man. All that shit is, it's just tough, man. Opiates, benzos, alcohol. We gotta figure something out, man. That's tough. One tile guy I know gave a worker fiber rock, told him it was coke, and then snorted a fiber rock. Oh my god. He's like, I really feel this. Five Nights at Freddy's Horror Stories getting him scared by Golden Febby. And Scott Cockthorne, the writer, he voted for Trump, so now I'm spookied. My girlfriend was playing Oblivion right now. She liked it a lot. It looks really good too. Yeah, it's kind of funny. It's just like, it's literally the identical game to before, but the graphics are better, and honestly, that's all I need. Just like a series, like you're going from one thing to the next, and there's just a series of like fetch quests and funny interactions and dungeons and pretty baseline combat, you know what I mean? But it is kind of funny how much information is within it that like I'm relatively unawares of. Like I had to have my friend tell me almost everything about the spell systems, how to use them, how to like set them up. Like the game does not do a good job of explaining a lot of shit. Same with lockpicking. Lockpicking is like really hard. And I realized that it's not so much about the fact that the lockpick is like hits the top. It's the fact that it ascends upwards slower than all the other ascensions. So if it's a slow ascension up, even though it's only minute, and it gets to the top, then you can do it. Otherwise, it's like no matter if it's at the top and you press space to unlock, it'll always break your lockpicks, and it's like, holy shit, this is like way harder than Skyrim's lockpicking. And then they have the persuasion system in it that's just like the most annoying, stupid thing I think I've ever interacted with, and it really has no... I remember the one person I needed to persuade them up, like it like forces you to do persuasion, and I just gave them money. I was like, you like me now, right? It was part of the Thieves Guild quests. I'm gonna be a thief. Right now I'm doing like a sneak thief / like bow guy. And then I'm gonna join the Assassins thing. But it was really funny because I couldn't have joined the Assassins Guild or the Thieves Guild if I hadn't, on my way to the one mission, killed a random Imperial Guard. But the only reason I did was just because I was like, I wonder if I can, and I saved beforehand, and then once I did it, I had his horse, so I was like, well, no one saw me, so I might as well take his horse all the way there. But then randomly another Imperial Guard, once I was in town, was like, freeze, you dastardly bastard! You're going straight to jail. And I was like, alright. But it opened up a lot more opportunities in life. Just like real life, whenever you do crime. It's like, sure, you're in jail, but then now you get to meet all these really cool gang members, and you get a new best friend, a new roommate. And you also get to be gay forever. I'm trying a non-arrow playthrough. Oh, that's fun. Are you just magic and swords? Stop right there, criminal scum. He may have said that, yeah. That sounds more accurate, moron. Is it okay to roast you? Do you have any boundaries on what we can bring up, like you not knowing how to read, or that you're a slow reader, other things that you get no girls? No, feel free to say all of those things. I do not mind. Though they are not true, how dareth thee? Just don't bring up my stench. Alright guys, let's get to reading. I will prove that I'm the pro reader you don't think I am. What game am I talking about? I was talking about Oblivion Remake. Elder Scrolls 4. Well, remastered, but they essentially took the code and put it into Unreal 5. I really wish they would just do that with like all old games. Just put that shit into Unreal 5, and I mean, presumably they're going to do that with Skyrim for the 9 trillionth time, right? Gods seize him. Should you play Oblivion? I like it. I didn't really get a chance to play it whenever I was like middle school when it came out. Or when was it? 2006? I guess I was in high school. Shit. When the Xbox 360 first came out. And now that I have the opportunity to do it, it's just been very peaceful. And I don't really have very high standards for RPGs outside of Skyrim, honestly. You know nothing about video games, so I'll be in limbo tonight. It's all good. You about to learn something. About to learn something about the gamer world. Yard. Alright. I don't mean to tread on any toes or ruffle anyone's Man, sometimes I think cats are like way smarter than they pretend to be. Because as soon as I start to read, Pradeep starts ripping the shit out of the couch. Like I feel like he sees some sort of pattern there, where whenever I start talking a certain way and he interrupts it, he like knows he gets attention, even if it's negative. Why the pause? Oh, 'cause cat, yeah. And I'm recording too. From Software has always done great things. Yeah, I'm not a big fan of From Software games. I know that's blasphemous to say. It's too hard, and it's just like the fact that the combat has not, I don't know. It just feels like it just like developed its baseline in Demon Souls or whatever, and then just like has not really changed the game much since then. I don't mean to tread on any toes or ruffle anyone's feathers, but I'm not always convinced that some of the stories people send in are entirely real. Yeah, I'm the kind of irritating guy who fact-checks details even when it doesn't matter. I will say that I'm surprised how many of them hold up to scrutiny though, but occasionally, I can't find any info on a few things and it kind of bugs me. Ultimately, I don't care though. I enjoy listening to these stories whether they're embellished or not, and I'm certainly not trying to gotcha anyone when I look things up. Oh, okay. Alright, Pradeep is shitting right now, just to update. He's going through his nightly poo. You're a From Software worshiper, and that's fair. I know there's some people who just like... I remember Axeman Cartoons, he got in... I think I even suggested to him to try Dark Souls. And then he's like, I hate you for doing this to me. I'm like, what's that? And he's like, you got me into Dark Souls, and now I am obsessed with them and playing it all day, every day, forever, and I have to play every one of their games From Software and everything in between. And I was like, it's pretty cool. I wish I liked it. Ultimately, I don't care though. I enjoy listening to the stories whether they're embellished or not, and I'm certainly not trying to gotcha anyone when I look things up. It's more because I'm fascinated by the fact that sometimes the least believable stories are the ones that end up being totally dead true. I've given this preamble because the story that I'm about to share sounds like it's obviously made up, and in this case I can't prove that it's 100% true. However, there are a few other instances of the same thing happening, which I'm going to share first. They are demonstrably, provably true, and it's actually going to blow your mind. You see, there are some video game arcade cabinets out there that are flat out, straight up, killing... Oh, that flat out. Aleshin. I don't know. I just know her name is Wendy. Really like old RPGs, like Squaresoft games, though, but like underrated stuff they've made over the years beyond Final Fantasy games. It is kind of crazy. It's strange though, like I'll play Skyrim and, this now Oblivion game for hours on end, but I just like struggle to get into like other RPGs. I'm not sure if it's like, I do really enjoy real-time combat a lot. Maybe it's the immersiveness of the first-person perspective. I'm not really sure. How do you focus so well when reading? I have to take a bunch of breaks when reading aloud. Oh, no, dude, that's me too. Especially with the chat going, I like actively search out to stop reading so I can just ADHD talk about something else. Do you play Dungeons & Dragons, or have you ever at all? I did in the past, but it wasn't until I was like... It probably wasn't even until like during COVID or something like that I went over to friends' houses to play it. Maybe even before that. And I did not enjoy it, honestly. It was one of those things where if I was like a little kid, like super creative 7-year-old, I'd be shitting my pants to like create my character and sit there and pretend to be somewhere else. But I very much take the piss out of most things, and as in make fun of it. So I was kind of just like being goofy the whole time while we would play and making up scenarios that were jokey, and the people that I was playing with were getting kind of annoyed with the fact that I was not taking it very seriously. And that's like one of my pet peeves in life, are people that take things way too fucking seriously whenever it's the dumbest shit ever. Or they just don't have like good sense of humor, and it just makes me like kind of not want to be around them. I have never played a tabletop RPG in your entire life. I might like it, I feel like. Wait, were they people you know or they were strangers? They were like, well, to put it for lack of better, they were like the wives of friends, you know what I mean? So like, in many social circumstances, it seems like, you know, my friends' wives or girlfriends have always kind of just like taken shit. Like, you know, it's just not super fun or whatever. And in a circumstance like that, it's like, for some reason, their anxiety is just like on top level. I'm like, you guys do realize we're not in Middle Earth right now being chased by like a bear with horns. You do realize that's not, like, we're not there. We can fuck around. Like, I can take poop out of my ass and throw it if I want. I'm a rat man. I can do whatever I want. What's up, crime girl? Yeah, that's where it all started, Sam. I was slighted ever so slightly. No one can just let the boys have fun. You see, there are some video game arcade cabinets out there that flat out, straight up, kill people stone cold dead. Most of the time when a gamer dies from gaming, it's because of deep vein thrombosis or something similar. They just simply sit still for way too long, and they don't take enough bathroom breaks or drink enough water. A charity live streamer, this guy named Brian, died from a heart attack after playing World of Tanks for 22 hours straight, and multiple people have died from extended MMO sessions. This 18-year-old gamer... I can't pronounce their names. Chuang? 18-year-old Taiwanese gamer Chuang? Shuang. Mandarin. Chuang. Video games are dangerous business. Hey, Galactic, what's up? Take a vow of celibacy or chemical castrate yourself in order to become Joel's friend. This is true. If you're near me, you have to understand that it's not just a mutual sense of affection, it is devotion. You will be getting me Dr. Pepper's non-stop and cleaning up Pradeep's poopy. Fish episode of Black Mirror, the new season is so good so far. That's cool. I was curious how it's doing. Okay. Chuang. 18-year-old Taiwanese gamer Chuang, just one name, Chuang. There was an 18-year-old Taiwanese gamer who died after renting a private room in an internet cafe and playing Diablo 3 for 40 hours straight without a single break. Another Taiwanese man had died at a PC in a public internet cafe room without anyone even noticing, and they just carried on gaming while a man lay dead beside them for hours. This British guy, he died from DVT after a lengthy Halo multiplayer session. And of course, pushing your body beyond its limits can lead to harm, and video games are just as capable of pushing you too far, especially in the case of this guy named Tim, a young man, Tim Eves. Pradeep's just in there taking some crazy style shit. Can you hear it? Can you hear him scratching in there? Why he like specifically chooses when I stream for his... I guess that means he's regular. You gotta take an exam. Oh, that sucks. Good luck. If you could only bring one thing to a desert island, what would you bring? I guess like an iPad. Connected directly to Instagram Reels, so I could do what I loved right before dying. The longest session you had was you gamed for 16 to 18 hours. Damn, dude. So yeah, so I can play Candy Crush until my heart stops. Yeah, and watch porn. Just completely, I don't think I could spare the moisture, honestly. C Money, welcome back for 13 months. It's going on 3 years, actually. Anyway, wish me luck I'm having an angioplasty at 8 a.m. feeling a bit nervous. Damn, dude, I'm sorry. What's the deal there? Okay, so they're putting like a stent in. Interesting. Wow. Did they just find this and need to do that? Basically putting a stretchy balloon in to open up a narrowed or blocked artery. Huh. Well, yeah, it's understandable to be a bit nervous, but I do believe that that is pretty routine, especially if you're at that time in which to get them. But I guess in many ways it's good to start opening your mind to what the causation of, I guess, the blockage could be, and maybe making those dietary lifestyle changes to avoid that in the future, for sure. Because good circulation is a good life. But best of luck, friend. What's up, Jeepers? How we doing? Nurse Joel on the scene. I'm the worst nurse ever, honestly. I'd tell people I'd get them pudding, and then I'd just let them rot in their own bed sores. Go out and smoke a cigarette and do a TikTok dance. Ooh, 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 yeah, yeah. Ooh, 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 yeah. Regret eating mayonnaise. Hell yeah. Mayonnaise rocks. Especially in the case of poor Tim Eves, a young man with no prior health issues who died of a heart attack while jogging in Wii Fit. Or Zhang, who essentially ate himself to death while playing World of Warcraft as he stopped exercising or taking care of himself entirely. Now, ignoring your surroundings can obviously put you in danger too. Multiple people have died playing Ingress, the predecessor to Pokemon Go, and one person walked into traffic and got hit by a bus while focusing on that game, and another walked off a pier and drowned. All of these incidents can be easily checked and verified on Google. There's a subset of video game deaths that get a bit weirder, though. All of these incidents can be easily checked and verified on Google. There's a subset of video game deaths that get a bit weirder, though, and info becomes more scarce, but it is still there. And the one that fascinates me the most, because it's the closest event to my own experience I'm going to share with you, is the case of Berserk, released in arcades in the 1980 by Stern Electronics. Berserk was a rudimentary shoot-'em-up with maze-style levels. Controlling a little green human, players were tasked with shooting a bunch of wiggling robots that make it through the level to... To a patient without humor, why don't you go off and die in a ditch somewhere? That would be that's one of my top performing jokes, honestly. I'd say that to every one of my patients. When are you gonna die so I can go take my 15? You From Software peeps ever played Armored Core? I heard it was good, if you're into robots. Detroiters. The Desnoiders. Okay. Damn, we're getting a whole ass history lesson here. Controlling a little green human, players were tasked with shooting a bunch of wiggling robots and then making it through the level to freedom. This task was made harder by the appearance of Evil Otto, a bouncing smiley face that would come after you and kill you. And the game was notable for being one of the earliest games to feature digitized speech, and it's not hard to find children of the 1970s who are still haunted by Evil Otto's cries of "the intruder must not escape." I've personally spoken to a few people my age online who can recall having distinct night terrors about Evil Otto. He was just a yellow bouncing smiley face, And it makes you wonder if there's something more to him, especially when you find out that, allegedly, multiple people have died after setting a high score on the same arcade cabinet of Berserk. And I say allegedly, but it's confirmed that at least one person died after setting that high score on the Berserk arcade cabinet at a Friar Tuck's in Illinois. However, evidence starts to conflict here. Growing up, I've always heard that the arcade cabinet killed 2 and that other Berserk arcade cabinets killed a handful more. Definitely a young man named Peter Burkowski dropped dead shortly after setting a high score on Berserk, and many sources claim that he was the second victim of that cabinet though, and that Jeff Daly, his best friend, had died a year prior after setting 2 high scores on the same cabinet. Finding info on John Daly's death seemed to be a bit harder, but I distinctly remember looking this up some years ago and finding very clear, concise evidence that Jeff Daly died moments after playing Berserk. And looking again, I can find the same evidence about Peter Burkowski. It could be a simple mistake, but hear me out. The creator of Berserk, Alan McNeil, claims on record in the magazine Retro Gamer. Alright, maybe I should put this... I don't know. I haven't really done true crime stuff in like a while, and this is kind of like the I just feel like people kind of like lose interest in the stories whenever... I don't know, do you guys like the true... when the first story is like a true crime thing, or do you kind of just want the personals? I'll probably put this towards the end of the video, because... You like it? Okay. The government is planning on starting a war in 2027. How do we feel about that? Why do you say that? The story, not the war. You like it. Start the war. Are they trying to say there's a curse in the game or something? I guess, like, initially they were giving, like, examples of how people have died from video games, and then this one seems to be a game cabinet that kills people or something. Your hubby is in basic training, and he said his drill sergeant said that. I mean, I know that I know that the Pentagon set away like some pretty large sum of money at one point for anticipated war with China. And I don't know why, I have heard that people are sort of expecting, and it kind of pisses me off because, like, what is it literally just going to be like the narrative stemming out of like the tariff situation? Is that like how it's going to play out? Like we're a little bit rude because of tariffs, and now everybody's minds are going to become conditioned for war in the... I don't know. War with China, I guess. Yay. Which is just so lame, because, like, how is that even going to play out? I feel like all it's going to be is various targeted attacks, maybe on U.S. soil, probably cyber. I mean, I assume it's going to be cyber attack. Genghis Khan. Yeah, we're going to have to fight Genghis Khan. China will starve its entire population rather than submit. Well, that's the thing, is like, why do we need to go to war with it? Like, what's the goal here? Because I'm just curious how they're going to set up the narrative, you know what I mean? They will wait for our empathy to defeat us. What does that mean? It makes me mad because now my husband is anxious because of it. What? Yeah, maybe I'm just confused why they're disseminating that information through the ranks or whatever, or like what the reasoning is. I mean, we kind of talked about that before, how, I mean, like, somebody like Trump, when you look at it from some sort of conspiratorial perspective, like, he's the perfect guy where everybody's brains have been conditioned for years and years to kind of like take on as like the larger fall guy for something, right? You know? I mean, and all we really got from him is like more censorship, a shitty economy because of like COVID, or just rather under him, you know what I mean? And I don't know. It's just, I'm not saying I'm excited about the other side as well, because clearly the economy was on the downturn and we began the sort of proxy wars in the other nations in that sort of like lead up to where we are now. But I'm just curious, is it really just going to be a trade war is what begins the sort of like more overt sense of conflict with the CCP? Because to me, that's not even like creative. Like, I get it, that would piss them off, but it's something that you could stop right now and just like go back to normal. It sounds so preventable, you know what I mean? But I don't know. I mean, I don't know what the fuck I'm talking about, I guess. It's just, obviously none of us are really in the mood for war. And whenever the war doesn't even really seem like in earnest or like something that we really need to stand up for, it just seems kind of lame. It's not from diet, it's likely a complication from lupus. Huh. I don't know. It's pretty clear that we have no say in what the fuck happens in our government at all anymore. It doesn't matter who you vote for or whatever. Like, everything just like trudges along as per usual. It's just that now we have to deal with like the fallout from like the hyper division that sort of just like trickles down to our brains from the examples set by the politicians, but then also the sort of narrative driven by the media, and then it comes down to us, and depending on how discerning we are and how much ability we have as far as our self-control goes, most of the time we just kind of like copy their movements and copy their talking points and copy their conflict, and it's kind of just cringe, you know? Like, I feel like we as people need to be just kind of like separate ourselves as far as like entities from what we perceive to be our governing bodies. Do you think we should help Taiwan in an invasion? I guess that would probably be it, right? That's if they're preparing for 2027 war, I guess that makes sense, huh? It'll be the, oh my god, so it'll be the tariff thing. It kind of sets the pretense where like you'll hear that China thinks we're stinky over and over again. China starts to think we're stinky. China thinks we're stinky. China doesn't like us and thinks we're stinky, and like there's going to be a bit of an economic strife, and then begins the sort of invasion into Taiwan. In many ways, like a decoupling between like the economic success of America versus its interconnection with China almost like motivates China to invade Taiwan, I guess, just from in a similar fashion to Russia being motivated to go into Ukraine, both from a philosophical perspective, but I guess primarily financial, right? Just for securing its raw minerals and things of that nature. We have always been at war with East Asia. China's been posturing for decades now, but it almost seems like we're like trying to push them towards it, you know what I mean? Go ahead. Do it. Too depressed to talk politics? That's fine. I'm sorry. Someone brought it up, and I was just curious what the hell is going to happen, so we can stop. It's fine. The creator of Berserk, Alan McNeil, claims on record in the magazine Retro Gamer that one player definitely died while playing Berserk. In the interview, he claims that the gamer was obese and had just run up the stairs before setting high scores on the game. However, this is not Peter Bukowski. Peter Bukowski is reported to have been in great physical shape, with his cause of death while playing Berserk coming from scar tissue that was present on his heart. And yet the prevailing story, at least in my research, was about Jeff Daly dying. And maybe I'm wrong, but it seems far more likely that both men died while playing Berserk. Maybe I'm wrong, but it seems far more likely to me that both men died while playing Berserk when there's so much evidence. Oh, like they did die, okay, with the only missing piece really being a clear news report. Okay. Maybe I'm wrong, but it seems far more likely to me that both men died while playing Berserk when there's so much evidence to back this up, and with the only missing piece really being a clear news report or death certificate for Jeff Daly that states Berserk's involvement. The story definitely came from somewhere anyway, and it seems extremely unusual to me that the second death, reported later, but the story definitely came... Maybe I'm wrong, but it seems far more likely to me that both men died while playing Berserk, when there's so much evidence to back this up, with the only missing piece really being a clear news report or death certificate. Oh, I ran out of breath. Fuck. Maybe I'm wrong, but it seems far more likely to me that both men died while playing Berserk, when there's so much evidence to back this up, with the only missing piece really being a clear news report or death certificate for Jeff Daly that states Berserk's involvement. The story definitely came from somewhere anyway, and it seems extremely unusual to me that the second death, reported later but able to be verified, is somehow the only correct one. I hate being unable to prove... Yeah, I wanted to get to this. Isn't there something that happened? I don't know. I didn't know this was going to be like a true crime situation, like with this much history and shit. Joe Diaz had to shut up Joe Brogan about politics and all ranting for 2 hours. What are you talking about? Maybe I'm wrong, but it seems far more likely to me that both men died while playing Berserk when there's so much evidence to back this up, with the only missing piece really being a clear news report or death certificate for Jeff Daly that states Berserk's involvement. The story definitely came from somewhere anyway, and it seems extremely unusual to me that the second death, reported later but able to be verified, is somehow the only correct one. I hate being oh my god. You found Polybius in my basement? Is that like a bacteria? It's a mold. I hate being unable to prove my suspicions for sure, which is why I'm barely even going to talk about Polybius. You probably heard of this one. It's a video game allegedly from 1981, but there's no proof it ever really existed. Legend has it that it's some kind of government experiment, with the arcade cab itself gathering various biometric data. Numerous reports claim that men in black would be seen around Polybius cabinets, and rumors of vague deaths around the nebulous game. Polybius is likely little more than an urban legend, but given the things that... Is that how you say Polybius? Polybios. I might have to look up how to say it. Did you decimate the ant army? Honestly, I just like convinced them that there's nothing for us to take, so I think they retreated to their dark caverns. Once I prevented them from getting to the food, I think they figured that there's no hope. But I also put some traps down, but initially didn't seem like it worked at all, so maybe it did kill some of their hive bullshit. I don't even know. I have 2 baby rescues that I don't know how to handle. I love them, but they're a lot. Yeah, huskies are tough, man. And honestly, they don't really get much better unless you really put the time in with them to, like, chill the fuck out. And you really have to, like, take them outside and just do all that shit, like, non-stop. The most hyper breeds, you need to walk them a lot or else they destroy everything. Yeah, it's rough. I had I think it was like an Alaskan Malamute, like husky mix or something growing up, and I wish I would have appreciated him more since he was so talented, you know what I mean? But, Polybius? Let me look it up.
There is a video game that doesn't exist. It's a myth, an urban legend, a hoax.
This is Ahoy.
It's called Polybius, and you might have heard of it.
Oh wow, he's still doing really well, that's good.
Let me take you back to 1981. Back when arcade games were at their peak.
Polybius. I didn't hear it. Sorry.
When arcade...
I'm an idiot, I wasn't paying attention.
There is a video game that doesn't exist. It's a myth, an urban legend, a hoax. It's called Polybius.
Polybius, okay, sweet. We got her! Numerous reports claim that... Oh yeah, what am I doing? I gotta get back here. Don't look to a British guy. That's right. Polybius sounds right. Polybius? Polybius? I'm gonna say Polybius since he said it that way. It's whatever. Numerous men claim... Oh my god. Numerous reports claim that men in black would be seen around Polybius cabinets, and rumors of vague deaths surround the nebulous game. Polybius is likely little more than an urban legend, but given the things that we know for 100% certainty have been conducted in the name of Project Artichoke, MK Ultra, MK Chickwit... Okay. Fuck, this is going all over the place. This is fucking... Where, is there a story? The title screen repeated. Okay. Alright. What happened to the Wienermobile? I crashed it into the vagina parking lot. But given the things we know for 100% certainty have been conducted in the name of Project Artichoke, MK Ultra, and MK Chickwit, and the like, it is really so hard... Oh my god. I should just read it beforehand. Fuck me. Okay. Why is... I don't know why, like, my brain just, like, doesn't go where the words go. But given the things we know for 100% certainty have been conducted... Okay, let me just... I don't know why this... But given the things we know for 100% certainty have been conducted in the name of... Oh, Jesus Christ. Can't read. That's all good. Okay. But given the things we know for certain that have been conducted in the name of Project Artichoke, MK Ultra, MK Chickwit, and the like, Is it really so hard to believe that intelligence agencies might gather data through an arcade game? What drives me nuts is knowing that the experience I had growing up falls somewhere between Berserk and Polybius. My rational, skeptical nature means I technically have to file it as urban legend, but here's the problem. I saw it, I experienced it, and I lived through it. The cabinet popped up in a local diner called Bruce's. It was an actual 80s independent-owned joint. It was an 80s independent-owned joint, the kind with bootleg cartoon characters on the menu and a mishmash of themed decor that shot for Planet Hollywood but fell closer to Space Station thrift store, if you know what I mean. The logo was a terrible cartoon picture of 60s Batman, who for some reason had a green color scheme instead of blue, and he was winking and doing a thumbs up, sort of like a pointer finger. Jesus, what the fuck? Too tired. Maybe. I don't know. I don't know why. The logo was a terrible cartoon picture of 60s Batman who for some reason had a green color scheme instead of a blue, and he was winking and doing a thumbs up pointer. Okay. Sorry. Just like... It's like I'm translating as I go for some reason in my head, and I'm not doing it as well as I normally do. The logo was a terrible cartoon picture of 60s Batman, who for some reason had a green color scheme instead of blue, and he was winking and doing a thumbs up pointer finger. I guess Batman was the only person called Bruce that the original owner could think of to appeal to the youth, and this was in 1986, and I heard they took the cartoon down sharp. This was in 1986, and I heard they took the cartoon down pretty fast when Batman got big again in the late 80s after the Burton movie, preempting a cease and desist. Okay. I shouldn't have talked about politics, man. Stupid shit. Just like throws off the chi. This was in the... This was in 1986, and I heard they took the cartoon down pretty fast when Batman got big again in the late 80s after the Burton movie, preempting a cease and desist, I guess. Bruce's had 2 arcade machines in back. Bruce's had 2 arcade machines in back. To a kid in the 80s, any arcade machine was like the promised land, and any new kid who first set foot into Bruce's would make a beeline towards them. One of them would usually be occupied, but the other was gloriously, wonderfully free. One of them would usually be occupied, but the other was usually... God, I don't know why I can't find a rhythm right now. Like, my brain is just, like, so fucked. Have you played Last of Us? Have you seen the show? Did you like them? I played a little bit of Last of Us, the first game, and I got kind of bored because it was sort of just like Drake's Uncharted style gameplay where it's like sort of stealth, sort of action, but I just didn't really feel like it was that good of either. Not to put it down. I think it was actually the remake of the original or whatever. And then I just heard about The Last of Us 2 and how they just like killed off the Joel character, which is my name, so that's obviously important. Sorry for bringing politics. No, it's not that. No, not at all. I mean, it's good to know. It's weird to think that there's already like rumors swirling of a war. You know what I mean? It's just like fuck you guys, fuck you guys. I mean, I get it. It's like the intelligent thing to do, to like plan these things way out in ahead so that we're like ahead of the curve against our enemies and blah 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 blah. But at the same time, like I am just so sick of like media narratives that have to be spun every single second of every day like it's fucking 1984 the movie, you know what I mean, in real life, where we have like they can't ever just like level with us as the reasoning for why they're doing something. It's always got to be something that's geared towards like moral high groundism and some sort of wishy-washy bullshit about the evils of someone else. Everything is black and white. They divide us every day with black and white narratives. Everything is, there's no nuance to reality for any of these talking heads, and it's and the fact that it like still works on people's brains to like not being able to like, I don't know, discuss these things somewhat nuancedly. I guess I'm not really doing it very nuancedly right here, but it's frustrating because it's like the same type of like figureheads or talking heads who will sit there and give you some of those like more intelligent takes on certain things. As soon as a war kicks off or whatever the fuck kicks off, it's just going to be like, we got bad guys and we got good guys. There's nothing in between, and we as a society need to just shut up and put up and focus on the task of destroying the people that the Pentagon have deemed evil. And it's just like, I don't know. I feel like I'd be the worst fucking soldier ever if I ever got in a situation like that, because it's just, you almost have to like fucking turn your brain off when thinking about those concepts. And it doesn't seem like until they get back do they ever think like, huh, well that was pretty fucked, wasn't it? So the CCP are the good guys? Nope. It's not what I said at all. You've got the guy who people think is the Antichrist. He said he's supposed to take the Pope's place. Ruh-roh. It's him. He's here. The poop. That's what they're training them to be, literally. Yeah, I don't know, man. I think at this point it would be more intelligent just to like reveal some like futuristic soldier bullshit and just start pumping those out, because I think you're going to lose the public like real fast when it comes to like recruiting. You need to just start like implanting like something into new recruits' heads. Like just give them the neural link chip bullshit, right? And tell them that it makes them think faster, make decisions faster, whatever. But at the same time, you would use it essentially to like turn off certain sectors of the brain that, you know, impedes with, you know, any sort of moral ambiguity. Do you think AI will eventually become Ultron? I think it will become Ultron within like a contained parameter, you know what I mean? Like we're not just going to allow it to get away from us at some point. It's just who gets to decide the, you know, the code, I suppose. One of them would usually be occupied, but the other was... One of them would usually be occupied, but the other was amazingly free. And the kid would... What are we talking about again? The kid in the 80s. Okay. Okay, sorry. Oh man, this is long too. Fuck me. Bruce's had 2 arcade machines in back, and to a kid in the 80s, any arcade machine was like the promised land, and any new kid who first set foot into Bruce's would make a beeline towards them. One of them would usually be occupied, but the other was amazingly free, and that kid would scurry over, all excited to see what adventure this backwoods diner held. And they'd be met with Snacks and Jackson. And if you've ever played Snacks and Jackson, I cannot express enough how garbage that game was. No apologies to any diehard fans of the title, but why? It's just so bad. You control a clown's head and have to catch food and bounce his nose around, and it's a pain in the balls to control. The arcade cabinet in Bruce's was already kind of broken and battered, and that just made this infuriating, quarter-eating... Okay. Oh my god, I thought we were about... Okay. Sorry. I thought we were about to get to the fucking story. What happened? Why is this so long? The arcade cabinet in Bruce's was already kind of broken and battered, and that just made this infuriating... Okay, that's... Infuriating, quarter-eating game, all the... Okay. Dude. Fuck. The arcade cabinet in Bruce's was already kind of broken and battered, and that just made this infuriating, quarter-eating game all the more abysmal. Many a kid would waste a quarter on Snacks and Jackson and get maybe 30 seconds playtime before failing. Then they'd simply wait in line to play the far more superior 1942 cabinet next to it. And it felt like Bruce's had the Snacks and Jackson cabinet forever, but in reality, it can't have been more than maybe 2 years. There was one kid who was actually good at it and even claimed to enjoy it, but the rest of us who hung out at Bruce's hated it. And that's why me and my buddy Tom basically cheered aloud when, one morning towards the end of summer break, we approached the arcade machines and saw that Snacks and Jackson was gone, replaced by something new and exciting. The manager of Bruce's, who wasn't called Bruce but Denny, followed us. Man, I don't know why I can't find a rhythm. Joel Cena. Dun, 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 dun. I make you feel better about your ADHD. Yeah, I mean, I just need to lock in. Every time I lock in, I get a shot of Adderall directly to my cerebellum. So what were you going to say about The Last of Us? It's just stupid. I don't know. You know what I mean? Like and I don't really like when writers of shows or games like have like some sort of active vendetta towards their player base. Like whenever people have like an issue with something, they get on Twitter and they're like, "Don't fucking play it. Don't fucking play it. Then I hate all of you. Even though you guys are the ones that made me stinky rich and actually successful at one fucking thing in my life. As soon as you dislike something the way that I do it, you can go ahead and die." And it's just like such an ungrateful, moronic hubris attempt at being whatever. And I don't know. I just had literally zero interest in the show or those 2 seasons either, you know what I mean? So it's just kind of, I don't know. The whole thing is just kind of whatever to me. The gameplay is kind of mid. I'm not trying to put down I know people consider it some of the best game ever, but I mean just typical Uncharted like stealth gameplay with some like shooty shit, third person. It's just, I've seen it how many tens of trillions of times. And I think at the time I was playing Uncharted 4 and then Red Dead 2 came out, and it's like, how do you top Red Dead 2? You know what I mean? Ogimo, thank you, dude. Good to see you. The manager of Bruce's, who wasn't called Bruce but Danny, followed us proudly up to the cabinet. "Got it from a buddy out on the West Coast," he told us. "Gonna be the next big thing." And I've never seen that cabinet before or read about the game in the occasional issue of Computer Gaming World that I saw. It had almost no decoration on the cabinet itself, just the title along with a header in bold. It had almost no decoration on the cabinet itself, just the title along the header in bold. Why does that sound so weird to me? Just the title along the header in bold. Can you plug a YouTuber for help with sleeping? Sure, it's fine. Refuse to watch Uncharted show. It's my favorite game. I can't watch them ruin it. I mean, that's the stupid thing too. It's like normally they wait a few years, or I guess it has been quite a few years, but they wait a substantial amount of time longer before they start to make the show or whatever the fuck, and just kind of going right to it. I don't know. And I just find it kind of, I'm not trying to put down the looks of the girl that's in the show or whatever, but it's like, what are you doing? Like everybody, like the look of Ellie in The Last of Us 1 was the whole thing that like they made a big stink about, like looking exactly like Ellen Page, because that's what she looked like whenever that came out. And so it's clear that the appearance of that character is kind of part of the zeitgeist of that show. So then to kind of like go out of their way to find someone who looks completely unlike that character is just kind of like, once again, one of those situations where they're angry at the audience for some reason, and the only way they can like just get a low-key jab at them is to make a terrible decision. And I just feel like Hollywood's been doing that time and time again lately, and it's just getting annoying. And I used to get angry about it and just be like, dude, fucking stupid dummies. But now it's just like, what are you doing? Like, are you ill? Are you ill in your head? Every one of you? Are you just ill? But is it more important that they can act the part rather than look the part? I would say so, but I can guarantee you'd probably find like fucking 2,000 different girls that look like Ellie who could probably act too. You know what I mean? It just seemed like very odd casting in that direction. And once again, not to put down that girl at all. I'm sure she's very sweet and nice, but it's just like, it's distracting. It's distracting to the show. And who knows, maybe they've come to the conclusion that like any publicity is good publicity at this point, but I don't know if that was it for that one. What character would Joel be, I ponder? What do you mean character? Or like actor? Or the... I feel like Pedro Pascal was fine. I mean, I know he's in like everything, and it gets kind of old after a while seeing him in everything, but I think everything that he's in, he usually does a pretty good job. Anyone ever recognize your voice in public? If so, no photos policy. Yeah, probably. I'm just like, please don't do that. I don't think anybody's ever recognized my voice IRL, to be honest. It would be really hard to like have that kind of coincidence occur, probably. Maybe, I don't know. Joel would have been turned into a zombie by day 2. I back when I was like in college, I like joined a brief stand-up thing, and one of my first jokes that I wrote down was about how like people were, because at the time zombies were big, and it was like everybody's so excited about the zombie apocalypse and that kind of shit, and I'm like, bro, that would be the worst fucking thing ever. We would be dead day 1, bit, our necks like ripped out, jugular veins spraying, or best case scenario, dying of dysentery inside of an old house where eventually you have to shoot your grandma in the head because you can't spare the bread, or she got bit or something like that. You know what I mean? So it's like the zombie apocalypse would be, I'd be gone quick. Do you think it's kind of the same thing when people's voice sounds different over the phone? Wait, what do you mean? Sorry. You gotta shoot your grandma in the head. It's a new rule for the chat. Like over a call. I don't quite. Sorry, I'm not really sure what you're asking. So I know like my voice, my talking voice, very clearly is different than, "Hello everyone, I'm evil." You know. So I know that would be difficult, I guess, for someone to like pinpoint me IRL, unless they watched a live stream or something like that. Do you think you sound like yourself? I used to get very weirded out by the sound of my voice when I would hear it, but now I've listened back to it so many thousands of times over the course of the past 10 plus years of doing YouTube that that's the voice that I anticipate to hear from the character of Joel that's in my head, you know what I mean? I feel like I've heard my voiceover call and it sounds completely... Oh, right, yeah. No, for sure, we definitely sound very different to ourselves. And I forget exactly... It's called some phenomenon. I forget exactly what it is. Do you think you are you? Yeah, I guess so. But I do also recognize that there's a sense, there's something inside of me that's me, and then there's also a person that is outside of myself that is Joel of the world, I guess, if that makes sense. I don't... You know what I mean? It sometimes feels like two different entities. You hate listening to your own voice. Yeah, it's... Once I heard a recording of my voice, I was shocked to hear a Californian accent. Joel, read my books for me, Mang. Can't you just scan them? Or find the PDF and just put it into ChatGPT and say, hey, summarize these for me on chapter Bunga Lunga. Not telling you to cheat. You're 40 pounds heavier since the last time you commented. Interesting. Are you 40 pounds healthier, or is it kind of not so good? Oh, you ever think about using AI for your videos? Well, for the voice, I don't think it's at a point where the voice is completely replicated per se, you know what I mean? Sweaty pie. Oh, sweaty pie. How much do I have to pay for Joel to read it to me? Well, I do read comments when there's... I read your comment right now, I guess. So $0. Would you sell your voice for Google Maps? I thought about that the other day. If I was approached by some sort of, they wanted to use my baseline voice or something, a bunch of data from somewhere to create an AI voice assistant or something, how much I would do. I'd probably do $10 million. I think that would be pretty solid, as long as it doesn't interfere with my production of other stuff or whatever. Or if it's something even bigger where they're we need you to be the voice of inside DARPA or, something retarded. But I would just be 100 jadrillion. And then all of these hypotheticals will never come true, but they're fun to talk about and pretend like I'm way more important than I am. Why do you use a voice changer? I don't. I sound like a basic bitch when I talk, but I feel like I sound like a scene girl. Damn. They're coming for me, aren't they? They're right behind me. Hey, babes, what's up? There she blows. I'd never seen the cabinet before or read about the game in the occasional issue of Computer Gaming World I saw. It had almost no decoration on the cabinet itself, just the title along with the header in bold. It was a very powerful font. Die fast, it said. Then the title screen repeated the name and insert coin. I don't remember if it had copyright info and all. You don't really pay attention to that as a kid. I only saw the screen a few times for reasons that you'll come to understand. I inserted my quarter. It took longer to load than I was used to, and for a moment I thought that it had broken. Stuck as it was. Stuck as it was. I have a high-pitched nasally voice. Ain't nobody from Google reaching out to add Midwest accent male voice. I've been in Washington for 8 years for nobody has an accent. Yeah, and I feel like it wouldn't even be really worth... I feel like there's got to be like workarounds for some of these companies. If they really wanted access to a particular voice, they could just take yours, make like minor adjustments to it, and hey, now they have their own voice anyways. Like, they would just have to find some manner in which to procure said data, which would, to them that would be considered essentially fair use. But from a corporate perspective, we are the world and the world is Joel, or one is all is one. Sometimes I mention here or there, mostly in anime or spiritual stuff. What you talking about, Willis? I think you're already using AI from someone else. Oh, wait. Me? Wait, for my videos, or are you talking about my voice here? You think I'm an evil AI robot monster? James, I feel like you've been in the chat before, haven't you? I inserted my quarter. It took longer to load than I was used to, and for a moment I thought it had broken, stuck as it was on a black screen. And then text appeared. I've never been able to verify exactly what it said, but it was something like, "They're coming for you. They will catch you. You will die. Better to die fast." And then the game started up. He played as a little white guy running along a straight line, and occasionally obstacles would appear, like spiked balls or pits or ledges. You had to press up to jump, down to duck, and then towards the end of the level you had to mash the single button to put an extra burst of speed in. Honestly, it was mostly kind of boring, like a lot of arcade games were post-1983, but along the left side of the screen, whatever was chasing you sort of lurked into a scrambled mess of pixels. You couldn't see exactly what they were, as that. I did see a channel the other day. I was pointed out by someone who sent me a screenshot, but they noticed that someone in my chat had commented, like 2 accounts had commented something on a video recently that used the same. It was just the same comment, so they clicked on theirs, and it was like they were, trying to be a narrator channel, but they took stories from my channel, transcribed it into text, put it through an AI, reader themselves, and then uploaded that to their channel, taking my thumbnails and putting that through AI to then, and it's not like the channel had that many views or whatever, but it was pretty cringe, because I'm just like, what's your plan, dude? You know what I mean? Like, you're just gonna like take the stories and then, I don't know, it just, all of it seemed like it was not well thought out and just kind of like very scammer based, get rich quick scheme, which you gotta respect the hustle that people go through thinking that it's gonna work out in the end. But I mean, eventually, even though they only had like 4 views, eventually it's gonna get to me somehow. Everything does. You have goosebumps? How come? Can I confirm that I'm the Antichrist? I can't not. In fact, I am the Proto-Christ. The Clono-Christ. Christ 2.0. The good one. The Swamp Guy's channel looks a lot like yours. Which one's the swamp one? I mean, everybody's channel looks a lot like ours, honestly. I mean, everybody kind of just copies each other as far as design. The Bono Christ. What's up, Gem Dog? You couldn't see exactly what they were. You couldn't see exactly what they were that were trying. You couldn't see exactly what they were that was trying to catch you. When you got caught, and you would because the game was stupid hard, you never saw them. A hand would shoot in from the left side of the screen, grab you, little man, and then drag you away. Then the machine would let out this horrific, shrill, high-pitched scream and quit to the title screen. In one corner, fuck. Then the machine would let out this horrific, shrill, high-pitched screams and quit to the title screen. 1 quarter got you 1 life. To this day, I couldn't tell whether hitting obstacles in that game even had any effect. I wasted 3 quarters on the thing, and every time I got to the button mashing section. I wasted 3 quarters. I wasted 3 quarters on the thing, and every time I got to the button mashing section of level 2, and no matter how hard I hammered that damn machine, I could not get past it. Same for Tommy. In the end, we gave up in disgust, bummed out that we hadn't spent our 75 cents on something more enjoyable, and almost missing Dude, what is going on? What is the story even about? Is someone gonna get eaten? Oh my gosh. Same for Tommy. In the end, we gave up in disgust, bummed out that we hadn't spent our 75 cents on something more enjoyable, and almost missing Snacks and Jackson. Manager Danny seemed kinda disappointed too, muttering how his buddy had promised him it was the next big thing and a one-of-a-kind. I didn't think anything of it until a couple of weeks later. I'd been into Bruce's a few times since and noticed that some of the kids had gotten really into playing Die Fast. To me, it just meant that 1942 was unattended more often, so I finally got on the top 10 scoreboard for that game. That day, school had just started back in the fall term, and school had just started back in the fall, and Tom came rushing up to me after class. "Geez, Colin, did you hear about what went down at Bruce's?" he asked me, and I hadn't. And he told me all of these terrible details. Apparently, some kid had died of a brain aneurysm after hitting level 5 and Die Fast. According to Tom, something in this kid's brain had just straight up burst, and his eyes had suddenly turned red with blood and he'd fallen to the ground. Of course, Tom wasn't there, and even now I don't think that's right. Of course, Tom wasn't there, and even now I don't think that's what really... Dude, what the fuck is wrong with me, bro? I legitimately cannot fucking make it like one thing. Alright, let me just find the end of the story and just put this in ChatGPT, because I don't know. I just can't like visually see it. Speak kinder to myself. Okay, I'll try. What's up, Kellerman? How you doing? Of course, Tom wasn't there, and even now I don't think that's really how it happened. God damn it, dude. Of course, Tom wasn't there, and even now I don't think that's really how it happened. It was true, though. A kid had actually died of a brain aneurysm, and he had been playing Die Fast when it happened. It was a college kid, the brother of one of our female classmates, so it was kind of a big deal for a few days. Then a week later, some kids were talking about how they thought they'd accidentally killed a trucker. What? Then a week later, some kids were talking about how they thought they'd killed a trucker. The kids did, or what the fuck? Insure my voice. No, the only insurance I get is endlessly producing content for YouTube and podcasts till I'm dead. That is my insurance, that is my retirement. There's nothing beyond this. Drinking Bailey's s'mores, $11.25 at Costco, normally $2 billion. Oh, 28. You got this, Joey. Joel, reread sentences every 10 seconds. I know, bro. I can't help it. I gotta fucking record this shit, brother. What kind of keyboard do I use? I don't know. It lights up and I hate it. I like the compact keyboards. They're just like nicer. Where this one has all these like erroneous like buttons that I just don't. You know, when you're a hacker like me, you don't need all this. Then, a week later, some kids were talking about how they thought they'd accidentally killed a trucker. Apparently, they'd been playing Die Fast and got caught just as a trucker was heading to the bathroom out back. The machine had let out this usual... Oh, I just look at this one as a warm-up. I don't fucking know what's going on in my head. The machine had let out its usual death screams. The trucker had turned and shot... The machine had let out its usual death scream. I'll let out my death screams real quick. Squee! I can have $50. Here you go. Would I be with a girl with the same name as my mom? Yeah, I guess because I never really called my mom by her, like, first name or anything. So I guess it wouldn't be, like, the worst thing ever. Maybe I could just come up with a nickname for her or something like Sweetie Poop Shit. The iDub stuff. I talked about it before. It was dumb. And it's also funny just, like, how quickly like, after seeing it, I think the most saddest part about it is just essentially how he's, nuked anybody's like trust for any further like content cops later on, you know what I mean? Like using that brand to essentially ruin your audience's appreciation of like an actual harkening back to nostalgia, you know, just to like post some really cringy like high school drama between two grown-ass men, like fucking fight each other, like literally go bare knuckle bones in a fucking mud pit until one of them is drowned. Like, I just figure it out, man. We don't involve any of us on the internet. We do not care. The only people that do care, like, are stuck in a dungeon. Like, are stuck in a dungeon of like their existence, which is me, pretty much. Put your money and your goods in a trust. I don't know much about a trust. What do you do with those? Is that just for your family? Have you done a trust before? The machine had let out its usual death screams, and the trucker had turned in shock, slipping, hitting his head, and dying. And we didn't believe them at first, but it was at least true that the trucker had dropped dead We didn't believe them at first, but it was at least true that a trucker had dropped dead in Bruce's on his way to the bathroom. The third alleged victim of Die Fast was... Do you mean a Roth, like a Roth IRA? You mean just like a investment account? I wish I was a Nepo trust fund baby. Being poor and abandoned by family sucks, dude. Yeah, but I mean, like, nobody's a fucking Nepo trust fund baby. Those are like the 1% of the 1%, you know? There's still just as many, like, middle, lower class people that have to, like, figure out life all the same, you know what I mean? Like, we can waste our life all day sitting there wondering how things could be if we were born into luck or whatever. But you just have to go and make your own luck. The third alleged victim of Die Fast was kind of obscure as hell, but I'm including it. A kid swore up and down that he'd been telling his grandpa about Die Fast when the old man had a massive stroke. His grandpa was in the hospital and had always been tickled. His grandpa was in the hospital and had always been amused by hearing about his grandson's video games, so the kid was telling him about this new one. According to the kid, he was halfway through doing an impression of the death screams when the old guy had a stroke that killed him. The reason I'm including it is that the kid was super cut up about it. Whether the game somehow killed his grandpa... Dude, I can't make it. I just can't. I don't know what's going on. I don't know what's going on in my head, but I can't make it. Whether the game somehow killed his grandpa or not, the kid sure believed it did, and he was genuinely blaming himself for it, even though the man was in his 80s and already in the hospital on borrowed time. As part of the legend of Die Fast in our small town, though, the grandpa sure gets included in that telling. The final death occurred another couple of weeks after that poor old grandpa. I saw this one firsthand, sort of. Tom and I had agreed to meet at Bruce's, although all the rumors swirling about Die Fast were cutting putting. Tom and I had agreed to meet at Bruce's, although all the rumors swirling about Die Fast were kinda putting us off the place, truth be told. But still, we were tough young men. Why can't I do this, dude? What is going on in my head? I feel cursed. I think I'm cursed. I think this stupid fucking made-up machine bullshit is cursing me. But still, we were tough young men, and there was a kind of morbid curiosity about the idea of a cursed video game that kills you. So that day, we decided to actually play the game for ourselves again. At worst, we'd waste a few quarters. Neither of us had even the slightest concern that we might genuinely die. Neither did most kids, and some adults either. You'd think an arcade cabinet would lose popularity if there was a chance that it could kill you, but there was always a group of kids gathered around it. It must have been raking in good money for Danny, especially now that some people had gotten as far as level 10. All sorts of rumors abounded as to how you could get that far. Some insisted it came down to how hard you mashed the button. Others claimed that you had to do it rhythmically. Others still said that it was total luck and that the game was a complete con. They kept paying... Jumanji. This is the Jumanji of game cabinets. What's up, Jay? How you doing, dude? The milk. I don't know where the milk is, dude. They kept paying to play. Oh my God. They kept paying to play it regardless, though. One kid even insisted that there was a cheat code for each level if you hit certain obstacles in the right order. We'd never get to find out the secrets of Die Fast, though. When we showed up to Bruce's, paramedics were outside, along with the town sheriff and a deputy. A group of kids were loitering nearby. The paramedics wheeled out a stretcher, and it was clear that there was a body on it. We asked one of the kids what happened, and she seemed to be holding back tears. Apparently, the body belonged to Danny. That day, the kids had gotten further than ever had. That day, the kids had gotten further than ever and than ever. I'm gonna take a break after this. I don't know. I'm just like fucking so out of it with the story, and it's sounding more and more like a paranormal story, and I just like don't really want to start my video with a paranormal story. It started out like saying it. I thought, yeah, fuck me, man. I don't know. Just throwing me off. That day, the kids had gotten further than ever and die fast, level 12, and then they died at the end. Apparently, when you hit level 12, a message appeared saying there was only one more level after that. Seems like Danny got wind. Seems like Danny got wind of them reaching the end stages and came over. He said his buddy told him the trick, and he was taking pity on them and would show them the final level and the ending. Well, Danny never got to the fabled level 13, although that would add some credence to the rumors of a curse. No, Danny was happily making his way through the third level when suddenly his heart just exploded. And we found this out a bit later, of course. At the scene, all anyone could tell us was that he died, but it turned out to be a massive fatal heart attack brought about by who knows what. Could it have been years of working in a diner, eating unhealthily and being somewhat overweight, or did his heart just give out due to playing Die Fast? One thing's for sure, the game's title proved to be true for all four of those deceased. They did indeed die fast. Whether the game killed them or not is another matter, but we have demonstrable evidence from all throughout history of video games. Whether the game killed them or not is another matter, but we have demonstrable evidence. Oh my god, man. No, I'm just thinking of something else the whole time, I'm sorry. Whether the game killed them or not is another matter, but we have demonstrable evidence from all throughout the history of video games showing that games can kill. I've searched high and low for any proof that Die Fast even exists. Oh my god, come on, dude. I've searched high and low for any proof that Die Fast even exists. Bruce shut down upon... Alright, I might have to just cut this whole... When it got to the place and become a chain restaurant, the arcade cabinets are long gone and listener... I've searched high and low for any proof that Die Fast even exists. Bruce's shut down upon Danny's death, and when I next got... What the fuck is that? Bruce's shut down upon Danny's death, and when I next time got into that place, it had become a chain restaurant. The arcade cabinets were long gone. And if you or any of your listeners have ever heard of Die Fast, then please let me know. I would love to put this mystery to bed for once and all. The arcade cabinets were long gone. If you or any of your listeners have ever... The arcade cabinets were long gone. If you or any of your listeners have ever... Dude, what the fuck is wrong with me, bro? LM with the two, Carnival, yeah. I remember Carnival... We read like something about video games a while back where like Carnival was like made by a really weird group of individuals with some like strange cult connections of sorts. I don't know if any of that was true, but it was interesting. The arcade cabinets were long gone. If you or any of your listeners are ever... Dude, what is wrong with my fucking brain, dude? Holy shit. The arcade cabinets were long gone. If you or any of your listeners have... Dude, have ever... The arcade cabinets were long gone. If you or any of your listeners have ever heard of Die Fast, then please let me know. I would love to put this mystery to bed once and for all. Danny had said his buddy out west hooked him up with that arcade cabinet, and from the way I remember the cab, it could easily have been some kind of homebrew unit. It certainly wasn't a game that had a mass market release, but you'd find arcade machines like that all the time back in the 80s, especially shortly after the video game crash. All sorts of wild, unusual, forgotten relics, some of which are forgettable, some of which are harmless, and some of which, in the cases of Berserk or Die Fast, and maybe even Polybius, could be the very last game you ever play. Alright, I'll be back. fuck. Alright. VR and virtual reality is dope. Like most people, I was skeptical at first, and I was far from an early adopter of the technology. I didn't... fuck. I didn't like the idea of gaming having to involve a clunky headset or a huge open-plan room. I think really I just didn't like change. And then I tried my buddy's Oculus Rift and I became a convert. Just absolutely amazing room-scale gaming. Room-scale gaming. Then I tried my buddy's Oculus Rift and I became a convert. Just absolutely amazing room-scale gaming. Then I got a Quest, the first cable-free one. Oh my god, why can I not, I just can't, I don't know. Let me just throw this one in there too. I don't know, I just can't see tonight. My eyes just don't work. They don't connect with my brain. Wait, where the fuck? I'm sorry. Okay, sorry. Uno momento. Am I the unemployed friend? Pretty much, honestly. YouTube definitely makes you feel like an unemployed friend, but the unemployed friend who has money. I'm actually a trillionaire now. Just got there. We bought China. Then I got a Quest, the first cable-free one, and I was blown away. Now I didn't even need to connect it to my PC. I could play the game straight off the headset. And after that, I became the kind of guy who gets almost every version, and now I'm on the Meta Quest 3. I know, Mark Zuckerberg, and I know there being a better VR headsets out there, and trust me, I'm doing my research. But the Quest gives you so much bang for your buck, and it's so easy and integrated. Changed my mind, but I'm currently a sucker for Meta. And to stop this from seeming like some sponsored post, though, it's not, I promise. It's just me setting the scene. Let's Read isn't paid off Facebook, I assume. Now, anyway, I have plenty of problems with the tech and this terrible UI. Oh my god, alright. It's so I just have a lot of fun with my... Oh my god. It says it's not an ad and then it proceeds to be an ad. Chat BBC says you make a good chunk of change. Oh, I don't know if honestly that would be aware. What would you even ask it? Do you feel more subjective now about girls that you have money, like you know you can have a hot girl? I don't know if it's the money part, I guess. It's just but I mean, it doesn't really change. I mean, I guess it doesn't really matter because it doesn't change anything like IRL, I suppose. Because at least where I'm from, nobody's even really going to know that you have money. The only thing that's going to be create the initial attraction is really just your basic Risley abilities. You know what I mean? Like your looks, and then like how you talk and that kind of stuff. I mean, there might be some context in which they're aware of how much you make or what you do and stuff, but since like online people, you can't really like interact with them or anything IRL, it's you're still kind of like living a normal life as far as like trying to meet someone, and it still tends to be the same type of like general concepts, I suppose, as far as dating goes and that kind of thing. I can't hear some true crime now. How come? You're 34, you don't have Riz. Well, you know what I mean, like charisma, like you know what it means. It's like, and that's usually like kind of falls on the onus of the man to like be confident, you know what I mean? You kind of have to be, you have to go into those sort of like dating interactions and be some type of, you kind of have to pretend to be somebody that you're not in like a weird way, like, oh yeah, zibbity-dabbity-doo, I'm the cool, yeah, I'm, you know, I'm not afraid of crocodiles, I jump in a motherfucking crocodile pit and I roll around that shit, I don't care. And they're like, whoa, he ain't even afraid of crocodiles, damn. You know, so, and you know, how much money you make on YouTube has no real onus on like whether or not you can actually roll with a crocodile. Catch cooties like Pokemon. Gat Rizzler Sigma. Changed my mind, but I'm currently a sucker for meta. And to stop this from seeming like a sponsored post, though, it's not, I promise, it's just me setting the scene. I just have a lot of fun with my MetaQuest headsets. Too much fun, you could say. And this all went down one day when I was an hour into a marathon blade and sorcery session. It was the MetaQuest 2 that I had at the time. Now, I won't go on and on about that game, but oh man, it's so cool. Describing it as... oh yeah, I think I've Blade and... what is it called again? Blade and Sorcery. I think I have seen that game. It is pretty sick. Kenny saying, welcome back for 6 months. Hey Joel, could you do a quickie run through Family Guy impression, just word each character? I would love to hear your impression. Fat man. Oh, fat man. Yes, fat man. Dad. No, that sounds too much like Bobby. There you go. Peter. The horse. Meg, I can't do. Dad. I don't know. And then what's Brian? Yeah, Peter, what's going on? And then Joe. Hey, Peter. And then Quagmire. Or not Quagmire. What's... Cleveland. I'm Cleveland Brown. I don't really know what kind of shit I say. And then Quagmire is just giggity. All right. And then who else exists? Give me that sweet ass. Get that sweet ass over here right now. Herbert. I really can't do fucking what's his name? The son. I'm the greased up deaf guy. Sweet Billy Reyes. Get that sweet ass over here. Shut up, Meg. Shut up, Herbert, you pervert. Peter, I think Herbert's, kind of a pervert. I don't know if you knew this. Giggity. No, I mean, I'm like, usually my impression skills, I would say they're usually like a 6.5 out of 10. And I can't like really go on as the voices for too long, but I've been watching Family Guy since I was a little wee lad, so I've been fiddling with those impressions for a long time. Anyways, Gronk, you've thrown off the Emperor's New Groove.
Oh, homie. Oh, homie.
Yeah, Marge. What is Marge?
Oh, homie. Homie. I don't know about that, homie.
Hey, Marge. Hey, Marge. What are you talking about, Marge? Do Cartman.
You fat idiot.
No, what is...
Batman. No, Kenny, this is my papa.
Can you do RFK impression?
I can do my best, but most of the time I'm just kind of coming up with crap that comes out of my mouth. Just kind of random and skiddly-doo like, you know what I'm saying? I do a kind of funny funk dance and I listen to Tokyo Drift music.
Sweet baby. What the hell? What the hell was that? Remember Bobby's World? I can imitate his mom's voice too. Yeah. I think, at the end of the day, you just do silly, stupid things out of your mouth and it usually figures its way out. What microphone I'm using? The one you're hearing me right now is a Neumann TLM 103. Dwight Schrute. Jim is a piece of crap. He's a piece of crap. Oh, Beavis. Oh, pretty freaking stupid, Beavis. Wait, what is... Oh, nice. Oh, boobies. It kind of goes back up there.
Cornholio for my bunghole.
Napoleon Diane sounds too much like Napoleon. Tina, eat the food. Tina. That mic is like $800. Well, I bought it because you got to invest in yourself, right? You got to invest in your profession, and that's kind of... I wanted to do some, like, professional shit at my house for recording, do voice acting, and maybe I still can at some point, you know what I mean? But at the end of the day, I was like...
Are you threatening me?
I thought, I'll just use it for streaming, whatever. Give everybody the best quality I can. Do Kramer.
Jerry, I shouldn't have said that, Jerry. Oh, Jerry, I'm real regretful, Jerry. I shouldn't have said that, Jerry.
Is it the mic I use when I narrate as well? No, I have two mics stacked on each other. The one that you're used to hearing me in the videos is the H4n Pro. Describing it as Skyrim in VR doesn't do it justice. It's like Skyrim in VR on steroids with extra sharp edges and cool decapitations, and oh my god, it's just so cool. It's so cool that it's very easy to lose hours at a time in that game, and it's a VR game, so it's hella immersive. And all of this to say, I was playing Blade and Sorcery in my room. I had these really cool noise-canceling headphones in, and I'd just taken a bio break and I was back to it, really immersing myself in the vibe, hacking off heads and kicking fools into fires. You know how it goes. Now, a few hours had passed. I was absolutely worn out, physically and mentally, and I threw the headset onto the bed, carefully of course, and went out into the kitchen of the 3-bedroom apartment that I currently shared with this one other guy, my roommate Chris. And for a second, something seemed odd. Then I felt a draft on the back of my neck. Looking back, I saw the front door of our apartment was open. We were on the first floor, and I could feel from beyond the door that the entrance to the building must be open also, 'cause a chill wind. We were on the first floor, and I could feel from beyond that door that the entrance to the building must be open also, because a chill wind was blowing through. Then I looked down and saw the filthy, muddy Whoops. Can I do an impression of Butters from South Park? Oh, gee, fellers. What does he say? What doesn't he say, like, howdy doody, fella? I can't. I can hear his voice in my head, but I can't do it with my mouth. Ah, geez, fellers. What does he say again? I can't. Do a conversation with Jared. Oh, George. No, I fucking suck. I can't do impressions, and I can't do... I mean, I guess if I really took the time and, like, figure them out, maybe I could hit it eventually. But I think most of the time when doing impressions, you can kind of just, like, tell you have it, like, right out the gate, and you just need to work on it. Hi, Squidward. The shaker exercise. Do Robert California again. You're like two freaks in the... Oh, yeah. I don't know if I can do... Jim, would you like to hear... I can't really... I can, like, kind of hear Robert California's voice, but it's very clearly, like, his guy's voice, you know, the actor's voice. All right. The Wicked Witch's laugh. I'm sure you could do many other impressions, probably within that same sort of note. Do you meet people from DC a lot? Is it weird to know people who live so close to DC aren't in control of our government and are weird and... You're like, I'm sorry for bringing up politics. And then you're like, here's the most obscure political question. No, I don't meet anybody from DC. I don't know anybody there. And yeah, that's it. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, I guess I have some friends that probably have moved there at some point and like do the commute or whatever, but I don't really know. Is it weird to know people live so close to DC and are in control of our government and are weird and NR? I don't really understand. I am a sleeper agent, yeah. I'm the Manchurian candidate. I'm essentially Macron. I'm Macron too. My 8th grade music teacher is now my 20 years my senior wife. And their history is interesting. Steve Urkel. Did I do that? I just always love that one meme where it's like my girlfriend putting on her makeup while I'm doing my Borat impressions in the shower and stuff. She's like trying to put on like a happy face, but like crying as the guy is just like, I'm a Borat. Very nice. Why do I always read my comments? I'm reading everybody's comments, man. Yours seemed like the most unique in that moment, so I was like, where's that going? Sometimes I'm like reading it before I actually read it. Very nice, very good. King of the castle, king of the castle. Alright. Do Ash Ketchum, original Pokemon episodes. Pikachu! No. Pikachu! No. Pikachu! You little fucking idiot. No, that's not it at all. I feel like, honestly, for like male protagonists in anime shows that are like young boys or teenage boys or something, it always has to be like a grown woman doing it. It just like almost like doesn't sound anime anymore if it's not like a grown woman doing a boy's voice. Yeah, Pikachu? What are you doing here? It's like having a 35-year-old man playing a high schooler kid. Yeah. How do you do, fellow kids? Which voice is the easiest to impersonate, I'm guessing?
Master Yoda.
Or Master Oogway. I don't know. I feel like something deeper tends to be a little bit easier, like, hey, Peter, you know, because it don't have to, like, deviate too far. Maybe, like,
stupid, high-pitched bullshit is kind of not too bad either.
where do I vacation? I'm just on a constant staycation. Nah, I don't even know. I go to Florida once in a while to visit some friends, but it's really just, I just, like, don't have any creativity in my own personal life when it comes to, like, doing things. Like, people have to, like, tell me what I'm doing next for something like a vacation. Otherwise, I'm just gonna keep doing this shit. How do I feel about Florida? It's okay. Like, I like the weather. It's nice, you know, most of the year, but then they have the hurricanes, which suck and, like, destroy people's homes, and that blows, and I wouldn't want to be there when it happens. But then on top of that, it's like the majority of Florida, to me, aside from, like, obviously there's all sorts of variations depending where you're at, but, you know, most of the United States is just a series of, like, highways, right, with various strip malls along the way connecting, you know, suburbs, and then eventually the big variation in culture and presentation tends to be the cities. Obviously there's commonalities there as well, but with Florida it's just flat, right? So I think it's Highway 19 or whatever, that's like the most dangerous highway in the United States. And Highway 19 is literally, and correct me if I'm wrong as far as the number goes, but it's literally just like Grand Theft Auto on a highway. Because I've seen, like, people on, like, motorbikes doing, like, wheelies down that, but it's like the off-road bikes, and I've seen dudes just, like, swerving and, like, drooling over their, like, steering wheel when it's, like, clear that they're either drunk or high on fent or some shit, you know what I mean? And but then, you know, that's kind of like what I view Florida as for the most part, is like it's that same sort of, it's nice weather, but it's that same sort of backwoods feel that you get from the majority of America, where it's just, there's a lot of, like, unsavory characters as far as, like, meth heads and people who just don't give a flying fuck about nothing down in Florida. And I kind of love that, but it's also like, I don't know if I could live in that all the time, you know what I mean? You want to visit my country, China? Don't invade us. If you're from Taiwan, you're uninvited.
No, I'm Patrick.
My Mr. Krabs rock. Mr. Krabs, really?
No, Squidward. No. Mr. Squidward. Mr.
You kind of have to hit the...
Mr. Squidward.
Yeah, it's bleh. I either have to move closer to the coast or leave the state because I'm not a fan of living in Central Florida. Yeah, do you get the hurricanes at all? Because that's kind of like shit on some of my friends down there, which really sucks. What do I think about 15-minute cities? Would you re-implement the Soviet Union? Yeah, we're going to bring both of those to you guys. Get ready. There's going to be a big cyber attack. There's going to be a war. And then there's going to be this, like, restructuring of the financial systems to be more based around CBDs, or not CBDs, but central banking dollars, and the blockchain to monitor what you do, you know, determine and measure your biometric data. There will be concepts of pre-crime. There will be 15-minute cities in which you can't travel more than a certain radius outside of, or you will be breaking the rules of carbon credits or something made up like that, where you're essentially destroying the earth in some weird way by driving too far. Just get ready for all those things, guys. They're coming, and they will be here. But I promise, I'm not going anywhere, and I'll keep you entertained while we descend into a weird dystopia. The Kanye song about him molesting his cousin. What the hell? What's that all about? Yeah, you can start your commune. Then I looked down and saw the filthy, muddy footprints embedded in our hall carpet. What the F, I thought. Chris was going to be mad. We were both kind of neat freaks, but he was especially precious about that carpet, and so was the landlord. And I followed that trail of filthy footprints down the hall. The kitchen was absolutely trashed. The dining table had been smashed to smithereens. The fridge was ransacked with food and milk just thrown into a huge disgusting pile in the middle of the floor. It looked like someone had taken a baseball bat to the cupboards. Further up the hall, there were 3 more rooms. The bathroom, Chris's room, and the locked spare room. The door to the spare room was closed. The bathroom was open, though. Christ. The toilet had been smashed. Water was gently flowing out of the shattered porcelain. The shower curtain had been torn down. All of our shampoos, body washes, and the like had been emptied all over the bathroom, and it was just utter chaos. Bizarrely, though, I remember noticing that our toothbrushes were completely untouched, sitting in their glass holders. Wasn't falling for that, I guess. And that's how they get you, these home invaders. Smash everything but leave your toothbrush alone. But really, they've shoved it into somewhere a toothbrush... Wait, what? I don't understand this sentence. That's how they get you, these home invaders. Smash everything but leave your toothbrush alone, but really they've shoved it somewhere a toothbrush should never... Oh, like up their own asshole or something? And then put it back? Who's been to Japan? What are your recommendations? I never went. I'd like to go at some point. What's it like to know 1+ million people listen to your voice? It's pretty normal, I guess, at this point. You know what I mean? It's like, I will be honest with you. Like, I will say, like, if I died, my YouTube channel and my, like, what I've done with my voice is probably one of the few things that I'm most proud of in my life, I guess. You know what I mean? As far as, like, accomplishments go. I sometimes think to myself, is that, like, a good thing? Like, you know, like, oh, you made a YouTube channel and did content. Like, is that really something to be crazy proud of? And I guess so, yeah, because, you know, it's different. You know what I mean? It's definitely, like, way more different than, like, going to, like, a 9-to-5 job and listening to people tell you about, like, the coworkers they don't like or something. I've helped tons of people. Yeah, that's a really cool thing. It's one of those things that I guess I don't really like. I see the comments, but I don't perceive exactly what. Do I like raw meat sometimes? I haven't really tried it. You hold a special parasocial place in my heart. Oh, thank you. Yeah, I guess, you know, it's that does give me a confidence. It's just funny though. Like, as soon as, like, I leave this desk, you know, and turn off the internet or turn off the phone or whatever, and it's just like you go out into the real world and it's like all of that just like goes away. You're like, oh, welcome back, buddy. You thought you were cool. You're not that cool, man. Did you have friends when you were a kid? I did, yeah. It took me a while till like middle school to like find people that I could hang out with outside of school. I had friends in school, in elementary school, but then it took me, I just never was able to like coordinate hangouts and shit. And then once I had a little bit more independence as a middle schooler, I was able to just like venture. Well, what am I talking about? I had some friends in elementary school, but I think some of them moved away, and that kind of like fucked up the friend group. But it probably was like for the better, because that guy was like pretty heavily into like theater, and I'm kind of glad that I didn't get into like theater and played sports instead, to be honest. You are leaving your mark. I, for one, enjoy hearing your voice and your storytelling style. Thank you. Your voice is absolutely Chad, bro. Love it. One of the most expensive equipment you bought off your dream list. Or what was the most expensive equipment you bought off my dream list? Oh, I don't know, dude. I mean, the coolest thing I ever bought was my PC. You know what I mean? Because, like, PCs, once you get into that, it's, like, cool as shit. You can buy games for really cheap from Steam, and some gaming services just give you free shit for no reason. Like that, what's the one, Epic, like, launcher just gives you free games all the time. You don't even have to play them. You can just have them, which is neat. What sports did I play? I just played football throughout, like, middle school, high school, and then I played, like, rugby at the end of high school. And then I guess just from now on, most of college I would like trail run. I would just run for long distances, and I lost a lot of weight doing that. And then I got back into like weightlifting, CrossFit after college, and now I more or less just like lift weights and shit. Your school had rugby. We did, yeah. It was just a shitty club. I don't know if it's grown anymore since I was there, but it was kind of funny because, like, it was like our friends that were in it after we got out of football that convinced us to join. And, yeah, it was fun. I mean, because none of the other kids on the other teams trained at all. Like, they didn't run. You know, like, you were in football, you were forced to, like, run sprints all the fucking time and do dumbass drills and lift weights and stuff. So you were, like, substantially more adept at doing physical things compared to all the other kids in the rugby club. And so we kind of dominated a lot of people in that regard because we were just so much stronger and more conditioned than they were. And that was pretty fun. Did you ever have braces? I did have braces. I had braces from, like, 9th grade till fucking, like, senior year, and then I got them off, and I just be flashing them and blinding people with, like, a flashbang headgear. Not quite. I should get those. Which position were you? I played line, like defensive and offensive line, which was kind of funny. I just was, you know, they just threw. I think it was just because I did it when I was younger, so I just kept doing it. But I think it's a pretty cool position, even if you're a little undersized, because it kind of trains your body to be like a sumo wrestler. Not in the sense that you eat a bunch of shit and get fat, but you just get strong. You know what I mean? You're always like trying to push people and slow them down and shit. I sound like a quarterback. Yeah, you know, like we just like fucking toss the pigskin around, bro, and just slap ass. And nothing I love more than showers. Sometimes all the boys would just like line up in like a single line with their legs spread, and I would just like throw a bunch of soap suds under them and just slide right through. It was great. I'd just be dingling their balls as I'd pass through. Ding, 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 ding. Snapping towels, yeah. Oh, that's the California accent. Yo, what's up? We're from California. Good to see you. Key and Peele skit. Yeah, I love Key and Peele. Dude, he rocks. Oh, yeah. Congratulations, Mom. Silencio. Have you guys seen that skit with Key and Peele? He's like, the prodigal son returns. And then, like, everybody else is eating a nice meal. And then this just, like, degenerate guy is eating pizza. And it's just so fucking funny, dude. And then, like, he gets invited to be the groomsman. And he's just like, oh, he's like crying. I don't know, like their range of emotions in that show and like ability to improv is just so genius, man. They genuinely are like, I'm gonna say it, I think Key and Peele are honestly funnier than Dave Chappelle. I know Dave Chappelle was pissed because, you know, Key and Peele was doing his show, but I'm like, dude, you can't just like, just because they're black dudes and you are a black dude, you can't just like sit there and say they're doing your show. It's a skit comedy show. Everybody's been doing it since fucking forever, and theirs is so much higher quality, so, you know, such better production. They're so prolific with the amount of shit that they do. Like and I still find like new Key and Peele skits, you know. Kill Tony is okay. I mean, it's, you know, it's funny. There's some funny moments. But I think the ability of like comedy shows to curate their comedy by like writing skits and like acting and taking different takes, you're obviously just going to end up with like a better product most of the time. Even though I will say improv stuff can be very funny too, and the fact that you don't know what you're going to get. Why is everyone against theater acting recently? What's wrong with it? Oh, there's nothing wrong with it at all. I think as far as like my social outcome goes, I'm much more thankful that I played like rough and tumble sports than I was joining theater. It doesn't mean you can't do both, but I just remember like briefly doing like cabaret bullshit, you know what I mean, at the end of my senior year of high school, and just like the sort of attitude and like, you know, the pretentious nature of a lot of the people. They were very nice people at the same time, but so many were like, I'm doing my warm-ups, you know, and it's just like, it's this very like catty, feminine, weird energy that sure, there's probably some hot chicks that are there, but then you see like the way the men act that are in it too, and they're almost like drawn down into it, you know, in this like pursuit of pussy, if that makes sense. And it just comes off as like very just strange and like odd and like not themselves, you know what I mean? Because then those same guys will go hang out with dudes and not be like, oh my god, I can't believe you said that, you know, trying to like play up something to impress girls or whatever. And it's just, all of it is just very inauthentic. If you hated that attitude, you would have hated Hollywood. Oh my god, I'm like, I mean, I don't even know a circumstance in which I would have found Hollywood, but you see a lot of that like mentality. I mean, not in all the time, but that's kind of why I got off of Twitter, because like you just see people like that all the time that are just like so dramatic, so catty, so childish in the way that they interact with people. Everything needs to be exactly the way they want it all the time, and then no one in their life has ever told them to shut the fuck up or no. And I don't know, I am thankful that I hope I never get into Hollywood. I hope there's not a single circumstance that pulls me anywhere near the same street that Harvey Weinstein took a shit on, you know what I mean? It just, I'm sure there's nice people there at some places, but there's a lot of just like gross, pretentious, only ever chasing, you're basically chasing Satan, you know what I mean? You are chasing after Satan, you are chasing after an opportunity to have your soul sucked out of you slowly, never making any like genuine close friends. Everything is business oriented, and it's like, it's clear that like the only way anybody can ever be themselves, and most people enjoy that anyways, is independent media, you know, independent content creation. Like I would infinitely always watch somebody's podcast where they just like give me their honest thoughts on some shit, even if they're a fucking moron, than watch like some curated documentary about, I don't know, something that's been through like 15 editors before it eventually reaches your ears. Even if the person is completely off base in the independent content space, it's still like way more interesting to me than the same shit you've heard for probably 100 years at this point. And yeah, we wouldn't have gotten Talk Tua if we didn't, if Joe Rogan didn't walk first so Talk Tua could run. High school theater people were all effing each other on acid at my school. See, that sounds like a decent time, I'll be honest with you. That would have been motivation, I think, to join for me back then. How do you clear acne if you have any? I don't really have any acne, thankfully, but I mean, like, I have heard of the benzyl, what's it called? The benzyl, what is it? What's that shit called? Benzyl peroxide, like 4% or something. What do I think about monogamy? I think monogamy is probably the most ideal circumstance with like a relationship, just because I think people's jealousies and frustrations with each other would spill over if they ever got into like one of those like weird polyamorous relation shops. I went to some theater parties and had to excuse myself. Yeah, not surprised. Well, honestly, I don't even know. Who knows what they did and got down to there. I've always kind of feel like they were like primarily nerds. But I guess once nerds get a hold of drugs, they become the cool people. Hey, Riley, thank you. We work backstage and sabotage the a-holes. That's funny. I'm very nerdy. I guess I would always attempt to exist outside of any sort of like guaranteed cliques or anything, as I did enjoy talking to almost everybody. If you ever want to hate yourself, go date a narcissistic, avoidant, dismissive person. I guess you probably wouldn't be able to determine those characteristics until like after you date them, so just a luck of the draw. Your dad is threatening to kick you out. What do you do? Probably get a job, I guess, if you don't have one. And just start, like, planning out what you can do to, you know, get some upward mobility in your life. Because, you know, you don't want to be dependent upon your parents forever. Bizarrely, though, I remember noticing that our toothbrushes were completely untouched, sitting in there. Bizarrely, though, I remember noticing that our toothbrushes were completely untouched, sitting in their glass holders. Strange. Well, I wasn't falling for that. That's how you get you. Dude, I can't. Ugh. Strange. Well, I wasn't falling for that. That's how they get you, those home invaders. Smash everything but leave your toothbrush alone. But really, they've been shoved into... it's like a little side note, but it's like I just can't. Smash everything but leave your toothbrush, but really, they've shoved it somewhere, a toothbrush... Okay. And that's how they get you, these home invaders. Smash everything but leave your toothbrush alone. But really, they've shoved it somewhere a toothbrush should never be. I can never prove that happened here, obviously, but I sure as heck didn't use that toothbrush again. I know I went... See, I don't... There's a little, like, additional lines. Am I a jealous guy? Not really, honestly. Like, I'm one of those guys who sort of, like, roots for other dudes. I know that sounds weird. It's not that I root for another dude to have sex with my girlfriend or wife or whatever. Like, it's just that, like, if I'm with someone and they would rather just be with somebody else and have sex or something like that, I would just rather them let me know that, and then I can just be like, okay, whatever, I don't want to be with you anymore. Because if the person I'm with, like, were to cheat on me, like, depending on the duration of time we've been together, I certainly would be hurt. But at the same time, it's like one of those things where I think I would almost just as easily be like, oh, okay, thanks for letting me know. I'm moving on now. See ya. Why am I so healthy? I don't know. I don't know. I guess it's just a nonstop, like, sense of philosophy going on inside of my head, and understanding that I am just an individual here on Earth. And I think also, like, once you have sex with someone too, that, like, the sense of, like, if they want to go off someplace else, you're like, well, we fucked, I guess. Who cares? No, I'm just kidding. But you know what I mean? Like, it's just, I don't know. I've just never really been that person who's... Because I've had times in the past where, like, me and another guy would be interested in, like, a particular girl, and then we, you know, just happen to make it known to each other. I'm always the first the first one to be, oh, dude, go right ahead, sir. By all means, you know, kind of thing. Because it's just like, I'm like, dude, I am not turning into a monkey today. I am not being a monkey man for some woman that, like, just both of us want to, like, jizz in, you know what I mean? Like, it's just, like, there's literally no fucking reason to, like, waste negative energy on something as pointless as, like, territory wars, you know what I mean? Conky dong. That's how they get you, these home invaders. Smash everything but leave your toothbrush alone. But really, they've shoved it somewhere a toothbrush should never be. I'm just kidding, but I went back out into the hall and down into Chris's room. Jeez, if the rest of the apartment was bad, then Chris's room was the epicenter. Ground zero, I called it. They had absolutely decimated Chris's entire living space. His huge 42-inch 4K flat screen had been smashed, impact wounds dotted all across the surface. At least it was still on the wall, I guess. And his Xbox was on the floor, shattered into oblivion. Just pieces of plastic and metal with the Xbox X logo visible among. But what if you loved her? Yeah, I don't know. I could never in my life, and maybe this is my naivety as a human being, but I could never in my life see someone that I genuinely loved ever wanting to like cheat on me. You know what I mean? I just can't see it happening. I know that sounds really dumb and probably self-conceited, but I don't know why they would. And maybe who knows, maybe that's what would make it hurt the most, is that I couldn't understand why they would want to do that. It's, I guess that's the tough part really for everybody that goes through that, is just that they're like, wait, what the fuck? You know what I mean? Maybe they saw it coming, but I don't know. How would you feel about scary valet stories? Worked as one for several years and I've seen all sorts of messed up stuff. Stabbing, gunshot wounds, a kid eating a Tide Pod. Yeah, send them in. Let's read submissions at gmail.com. Sounds like you enjoy connection. Once the connection is broken, it's over, period. Yeah, I just can't. Once it's gone, I couldn't even begin to care, I guess. I'm just like, in my head, I'm like, all right, next, moving on. Would I date a Russian spy or turn her in? Oh, yeah, 100% date her. We're going to espionage all the secrets. I'll show her the secrets of my stinky toilet she's got to clean. One gal wanted to sacrifice me in the woods. I no-showed and went to eat Chinese. That sounds pretty fair. Turn her inside out. There you go. Gonna move the send button up so I don't press it with my palm. I don't know, honestly. Your ex cheated on me. I left and went back to school. It was the best thing I ever did. My life has changed for the better. That's good. I'm glad you didn't dwell on it too much, because I mean, there's so many people that I've come across with, and I realize that sometimes the people that you dislike the most in so many circumstances aren't even necessarily the ones that treat you poorly. They are the ones that are loathsome, weak individuals. And I don't mean to put them down, because we're all going to be there, but I realize that the characteristics that people dislike about me the most isn't even whenever I'm necessarily bad to them, which is relatively rare anyways, and I try not to do that. But whenever I'm in a state of weakness, if that makes sense, like I'm in a state of like longing for her who I have a crush upon deep within my soul, or, you know, when will she come back? Why did she treat me so poorly? How dare, it's just like, shut the fuck up. Go outside. There's so much more life to live, and I know it sucks ass right now, and we can mourn for a period of time, but there's business to take care of, my friend, and that business is to recognize that this is an opportunity for freedom. You know what I mean? Does Joel yearn? Do I yearn? Not so much anymore. Perhaps you would call that maturity. Or perhaps you would call that callousness. Yeah, I don't know. I guess that's the tough part about life sometimes, is you want so badly to understand why somebody didn't like you or didn't want you or whatever, but really it's there's really no benefit in ruminating upon understanding another human's mind. It's as fickle as a head injury. You know what I mean? Because they could be absolutely in love with you, and then you hit them over the head with a rock the one day, and now all of a sudden they're a different person. What the fuck's that about? His Xbox was on the floor, shattered into oblivion. Just pieces of plastic and metal with the Xbox X logo visible among the debris. All his clothes had been torn out of his closet and strewn around everywhere. Some of them were hacked up, and a lot of them were covered in paint. Oh yeah, the invaders had brought paint. Not big paint pots, but spray paint cans. There were a few discarded. There were a few discarded cans around Chris's room that I knew didn't belong to him. He wasn't exactly the artsy type. The cans had been used to spray paint all manner of crap on his bedroom walls. His movie posters, band posters, his photo wall, all scribbled over with neon pink, green, and purple spray paint. Someone had drawn a wiener on the window. His bed. Oh my god, his bed. I don't exactly know what they dumped onto it, but it stank. Not what you're thinking. More like bleach or some kind of chemical, and the liquid was staining the sheets white, so bleach did make sense, but it was causing my eyes to sting. And his beloved gaming PC was fractured into complete ruin. He'd spent so much money on that thing, and now coolant and computer parts lay strewn across the ground, and his ultra-wide monitor was snapped almost clean in two, like someone had grabbed it and smashed it down over their knee. It was complete and utter devastation. But none of this was the worst part. The worst part was the deep gouges in the plasters of the wall. They looked like they'd been See, this is why I don't play virtual reality. Tell you a love story? Alright. For God so loved the earth. Do you like haunted houses? Yeah, I like haunted houses, I think. But I have to go through with somebody. If I go through by myself, it's kind of cringe, you know what I mean? Do I like all this tension? Does it ever overwhelm you? In this context, I don't mind. You know what I mean? And honestly, in this context where I can like reply to it in real time for the most part, even though obviously like person to person would be better communicating with people in general and probably, you know, stave off a lot of our issues that we have in our culture right now. But I don't think I would do very well like with any sort of negative attention on the internet or any, you know what I mean, like anything where I can't just like chit chat and be like, what's your problem, you know what I mean? Yeah, hence why one of them, I guess another reasons to get off of Twitter is I see so many people arguing. I see so many issues with people. You know, you look at like even something like that iDubbbz thing that happened recently, not to keep talking about that like that, but it's like, why couldn't they as adults just like, if they just had time as friends, and they were supposedly friends, like just to talk to each other IRL, you wouldn't waste our time by setting, because it kind of sets an example, right? It sets an example to a large portion of the population that like makes them think that these top creators in the space are getting positive attention and like, you know, monetary gain by creating like this ever-present, ever-ongoing back and forth of shots fired via like my response to the response of the response of the response of the response. It's like, you wouldn't need that, because you know what responses used to be? It used to be a fucking conversation where like two people could just look at each other and like, hey, why are you being a dickhead? Well, I'm being a dickhead because you're being a dickhead. Well, I don't think I'm being a dickhead. Why do you think I'm being? Well, I think you're being a dickhead because of the Palestine or Israel, or you know what I mean? Like, and then just boom shakalaka, you're done. Shut the fuck up. You don't need 5 million views worth of AdSense to figure that shit out. Sharon L, thank you and welcome to the Butterstock Cult. You now have access to bonus content. Hey Toki, thank you, dude. You're cool too. Where someone in the dark web could put a camera up your butt. It's probably gonna happen. Probably already has. I probably had like 15 colonoscopies just this morning. They look like they've been made by some kind of blade, and judging from the damage, that's exactly what had happened. The home invaders had taken some kind of machete to Chris's belongings. Who? How? Why? I should start YouTube beef rap battles again. See, that's what they should have done. At least it would be entertaining. You know what I mean? At least that's where the true entertainment would be. And I think that's kind of where the whole, oh my god, maybe that's it. Maybe that's why iDubbbz, because he's doing Creator Clash 3, right? So in many ways he's trying to like set up an easy opponent for himself to bash over the head in the presence of Ethan Kleinberg. So, oh my god. And then if Ian beats him, then Ethan will sue him for an anti-Semitic hate crime, most likely. And then, once the litigation starts, that's when the true entertainment begins. Anyways. They look like they'd been made by some kind of blade, and judging by the damages, that's exactly what had happened. The home invaders had taken some kind of machete to Chris's belongings. Who? How? Why? That's all that was going through my head so fast in all of this. And then the real scary question dawned on me. When? I stopped staring like a goldfish at the wreckage of my roommate's life. Practically tripping over my own feet, I ran to my own room, grabbed my cell phone, and then fled to the... Practically tripping over my own feet, I ran to my own room, grabbed my cell phone, then fled the apartment building. You see, it dawned on me that the culprits could still be in the apartment, obviously, and I hadn't checked inside the spare room. Machete-wielding maniacs could have been waiting for me as I stood there like some idiot. And so I called the cops, and then sat impatiently on a bench across from the apartment while I waited for what seemed like forever. If the culprits were still there, then I sure as hell wanted to get a look at them if they tried to leave. Maybe I had some grand delusions about vigilante justice, but more likely, I wanted to be able to ID them if I had to. They never did come out of the building as I watched because they'd already left. We found this out later thanks to the security cameras from the apartment lobby and nearby businesses. They pulled up in a dark van, hustled inside with hoods up, and entered our... Okay, see, this story has been much more believable and much more fun, I think. Well, not necessarily like the other one wasn't unfun, it's just like this is much more in our wheelhouse. Do you have a vibrating shower head? Oh, I should get one, dude. I should just build a seat with like a built-in wiener. I guess you could get one of those big suction cup dildos, and I could just sit on that in the shower and just cry. My hands on my face, just in a catatonic state, crying. Like the witch from Left 4 Dead. But then I like get up to like sprint after somebody that's like bothering me, and then the dildo comes out and all the poop comes out. And I jump at them. It's just dangling there. Yeah. It's like a tail. Tree Flash, what's up? Are there kids in my future? There's more kids. I'm trying to have 15 kids by the end of the year. Genghis Khan style. Would you guys be opposed to a YouTuber saying he's trying to go Genghis Khan style? And just like that was the objective of the YouTube channel, to have as many random children as possible? I wouldn't be too ashamed of that YouTuber. I would understand where they were coming from. They were trying to create content. They were on their grind set. They pulled up in a dark van, hustled inside with hoods up, and entered our apartment. Yeah, they'd let themselves into the building and our apartment with a key. Then they were in there for over 30 minutes, absolutely smashing the crap out of the place, and left. Of course, the van had plates and... Of course, the van had some cloned plates and nobody's faces got caught properly on that camera, but that was far from my biggest concern at the time. The camera inside our apartment building lobby had audio, and while nothing identifying could be heard on the cameras, it was possible to hear the music they'd started playing loudly after entering our apartment. Likely they played it on Chris's sound system because that was the one thing he owned that wasn't completely demolished. Now, maybe you're wondering where I was during all of this, or maybe some of you eagle-eared. have kids. Kids will follow after his father and continue reading for all future generations forever and ever. Yeah, I will probably have to put myself into some sort of like all-encompassing, perfected AI personality, both capable of reading and streaming. That'd be too much pressure for my daughter. Do I smoke? No. What if they forced us to breed? You two dudes, make a baby right now. What? What do you mean? Figure it out or you die. Joel is the smoke, and they don't want it. Do I know how to talk to kids? Every time I'm around one, I talk to them like they're cats. Yeah, it's fun, you know what I mean? They're funny as shit. Like, all of my, like, friends' kids, like, love me, you know what I mean? Like, they're just funny as shit. And you just pretend like you're one of them or whatever. Or you don't have to even, I don't know. You just, like, say funny stuff, but you also understand that their intelligence levels are, like, at a certain thing. So sometimes you just ask silly questions, like, do you think that, like, maybe, I don't know, you know, like, the mailman... Do you think he walks home? I don't know. You just say something stupid and they're just like, yeah, probably. Probably a fucking idiot, doesn't even have a car. You're like, what the hell? Where does that come from? He's probably broke. And then he goes off and he's like watching Andrew Tate. And you're like, wait a second. What the hell? What the hell? Oh, they do love YouTube Reels. It's fucking crazy. All day, it's just slime bullshit. Do you ever play games with them? The one day was really fun. Like with my buddy's daughter, we were watching YouTube videos drawing like Lilo and Stitch bullshit. You know what I mean? And she was so impressed by my ability to draw. She's like, "Holy fuck, dude! Holy shit! Can I give this to my friend at school, Samantha?" I said, hell yeah, dude, give it up, get it framed. YouTube screen is limited, but the chat is okay watching on Twitch right now. Oh wow, so it's just like a YouTube issue. Interesting. What's up, Holly? It's freaking Joel Ross. Now, maybe you're wondering where I was during all of this. Or maybe some of you eagle-eared listeners have already worked it out with my... Or maybe some of you eagle-eared listeners had already worked it out. Where was I? Well, I was in the apartment at the time, wasn't I? And I was in the apartment playing Blade and Sorcery in VR with sound-canceling headphones like an oblivious chump. I was there, flailing my arms and fighting undead skeleton warriors with a sword, while just 2 rooms away, genuine machete-wielding maniacs were hacking up my roommate's possessions to send a message, and I'll get to that in a second. Now, I can't be sure, but I am absolutely certain that I had my door open during the VR session too, and I'm absolutely sure that the invaders broke in, came through, saw me playing VR, and decided to just wreck the place while leaving me to it. I don't know what they would have done if I'd stopped playing and caught them in the act. Chris reassured me later that it would have been fine, quote-unquote, but I was already pissed at him by this point over numerous things relating to it. All I know is that these guys did tens of thousands of dollars worth of damage and cost us our security deposits. I know they weren't afraid to use spray paint and blades on the walls. Would they have hesitated to use machetes on me? Maybe. But I'm pretty sure that they would have given me a very harsh beating at the absolute best. Instead, they left me to my freaking VR video game immersion, and I can only hope it's because they found the idea funny. Or maybe my VR combat prowess was so pathetic that they knew that I wouldn't put up a real fight if it came down to it. So why did these guys break in, you're probably asking? Chris had been screwing around with one of their girls. He said that she told him they'd broken up. I'm not so sure, though. I never got to find out, of course, because Chris played dumb to the cops and claimed that he had no idea at all who might be so mad at him that they destroyed his stuff. He only confessed to me a few months later, by which time he had died down. He had died from his wounds. What's up, Lily? How's it going? Uncle Jorl. VR, I mean, this is a pretty funny idea, just like playing VR in your underwear, and people are just like, what the fuck's going on? Let's destroy his place. Why would it come out that their bond and not their landlord's insurance, since it's still a break-in? Why would it come out of their bond? Well, I mean, I think the landlord would probably, like, his insurance would cover that, I guess, for the house or the apartment or whatever that falls under. But then I'm fairly certain that they probably would have to still pay something, maybe. I don't know. Maybe they wouldn't. But maybe they thought it wasn't really worth arguing with them. I don't know. Happy New Year. I get a license to pill, the pill being Adderall. Nice, dude. Your landlord wants you to prepay, what, like a first month's rent or whatever? Coming from someone who has almost $300K in loans from going to vet school? Holy shit. Are you a vet? I hope. Man, I don't know why that shit's such an expensive career. What does Adderall taste like? I don't know. I never had it. I have seen my one friend. It came in one of those, like, sort of plasticky type pills, so I don't think it would have tasted like anything. But it also looked really weird because it, like, was those plasticky little pills, but it was like different colors on each end and transparent, and then inside it had like little balls of the medicine, but even the little balls of medicine look very, like, inorganic. I don't know, it was very strange. Do you ever feel weird because you're at the age because you relate to old and young people? Yeah, for sure. I feel very out of place sometimes around individuals. Like, go to the gym and, you know, I'm like talking to people who are, you know what I mean, like they're in college or a little bit older, and I feel like totally normal around them, I guess. But I feel like at any moment they could pull out the card of like, bro, you're so old. I'm just a little baby. Don't. And like, really, I just have to sit there and like respect that and be like, yeah, I guess you are a little fucking baby. Oh yeah, the Adderall extended release. I take instant release there. A tablet tastes kind of like powdery Smartie candles if you hold it in your mouth long enough. What does it do? Like, what does it feel like to take Adderall? I all I've ever heard is that my one friend's wife became schizophrenic because she took too much. And then that's just been an ongoing issue forever. Bro, you're so freaking old. Imagine, like, say, for people in my class at the community college where some people are like 17 and 20 and others are 30 plus. Yeah. I mean, in that context, though, it's like, if the older person's fun to talk to, then it's cool, but if they're not, then they're fucking lame and we have to kill them. Just kidding. Just got off of work. I can relate. I'm 37. The majority of people I work with are in their 50s and 60s, and then we have a few 20-year-olds somewhere in the middle. Well, that's cool. You know, chilling with them. I just, you know, I realize it doesn't pay to ever like make an older person feel bad about being old, because now that I'm there at this point of being, you know, almost 35, and quite literally someone, you know, who's in college could call me old and I would understand, because I mean, literally that was the number that I always used in college when I would refer to an old person. I'm like, what the fuck, dude? She's like dating a fucking 30-year-old, bro. She's dating a fucking 35-year-old weirdo, dude. Like, what? He's fucking old, you know? And now I'm fucking that age and shit, and if someone called me old, I would feel quite bad about it. But at the same time, I look at like people in their 60s or whatever, and I'm like, damn, I got to 35 pretty quick, and I will guaranteed be that old motherfucker who's 60, living to be at least that long. And yeah, I don't know. Everybody's just you know what I mean? Everybody's just a continuation of their childlike self. Like, obviously, you learn certain skills along the way from being a kid and sort of level up your abilities and interaction, but at the end of the day, you just are that thing forever. Your little self is your older self, is your oldest self. You're just simultaneously just one continuous moment in time from the individual perspective of the organism that we call human. It's just, you just are it, and you are that forever. And sure, you know how to like navigate the world a little bit better as time goes on, but you probably will and always will and always have been just a little bit confused as to what the fuck is going on. When does it get better? Well, if you said people at your school were 17 to 20, so you're probably that age, I guess, I would try to have as much fun right now while doing your best in school as well. Don't get addicted to alcohol. Like, don't drink too much. Don't do any stupid ass drugs or anything like that are considered addictive, like opiates or whatever, pain pills on shit, or any benzos. Like, don't do Xanax, don't do fucking Ativan, don't do any of that shit. Just have a trajectory for what you're trying to do. Have fun while you're young. Try to work out, you know what I mean, so that you're like at your maximal self. And it's probably as good as it's always going to be, you know what I mean? And that's fine. Just keep trying to like better yourself and try to like figure out how to become financially independent in some way and whatever. You can be addicted to weed, right? I mean, people say no, but I mean, I don't really think, to me, I would never want to like consistently have to think about like, oh, I gotta go get more weed, or because I have friends who smoke it every day and they go to the medical clinic to get it, right? And I love them. They're some of my best friends, but when they smoke weed all the fucking time, they are literally retarded, like all the time. They're not necessarily always like that per se, but I genuinely do wonder to myself if they would be smarter people or like more motivated people if they didn't smoke all the fucking time. And I'm not trying to put them down or anything. I look at them and I see they sit there and they tell me the things they want to do and the stuff they want to accomplish, and I'm like, and then all of a sudden like I'm like, oh yeah, okay, let's do it. Let's write it down right now. Let's write it down on this little board, this little whiteboard, and say exactly what you can do to make it happen, the actionable plan, and the things that are keeping you from wanting to do it. And they're like, yeah, but I mean, like, I don't know, I got to think about like that thing that maybe I don't, the thing that is gonna, might like not work out, like it probably isn't. And I'm just like, fucking stop smoking weed! Stop fucking smoking! I don't know. Maybe it wouldn't make a difference. Maybe there's some like severely motivated weed heads out there that just get the fucking job done. You won $1,200 today gambling? See, that's how you do it. Yay, gambling. He only confessed to me a few months later, by which time things had died down anyway. Even then, he didn't tell me exactly who these people were, which is fine by me. I don't want to know. I did want to know why they had a key, though. It turns out the girl he'd been cheating on, the gang guy. I did want to know why they had a key, though. It turns out the girl who had been cheating on the gang guy had stolen Chris's key and handed it over to her violent boyfriend as a penance for cheating. Damn it, dude. My brain is pooped and made of poop. Pooped and scooped. Pooped and scooped into a litter box of brains. Needless to say, I was unbelievably pissed that Chris hadn't come forward at the time, especially when I was the one. Whoops. I'm sorry, I'm dumb. I jumped ahead there, too. Zing zong, zing zong, zing zong, zing zong, zing zong, zing zong. I did want to know why they had a key, though. It turns out the girl who had been cheating on the gang guy had stolen Chris's key and handed it over to her violent boyfriend as penance for cheating. She basically sold Chris and me down the river without a freaking paddle, and Chris, the infinite genius, never even thought to tell me his key was missing, or suspected that it could be related to his... Shit. You got some weed for free today? Don't do it, dude. Just don't, man. Like, especially if you're younger now, you can stop those habits and just, like, get ahead of yourself, you know what I mean? Do I have low self-esteem? Not, like, wildly particularly low self-esteem. I mean, this kind of stuff, this kind of channel helps lift me up. Like, I think when it comes to, like, self-esteem, there's different things you kind of gauge yourself on, you know what I mean? Like, you gauge yourself on, like, your professional life, your love life, your family life, you know what I mean, all those kind of things, and you just sort of, I don't even know if you would want to call that self-esteem, but it definitely is a reflection upon your perception of self, you know, so you just try to, like, maximize those stats the best you can. Do I like reading? Not on my individual time, even though I feel like I should, and I think I'd be happier doing so, but ever since I was a little kid, I've always associated, like, reading with being from the devil. No, I'm just kidding. I just, like, just sort of associate it with being, like, work and, like, hard and not enjoying it, and it really sucks because that's, like, stuck with me my whole life. Now, granted, when I'm live streaming, I associate that with, like, doing my job and socializing and making money and that kind of thing, so that's kind of good, but you know, if I were to, like, sit down and just read by myself, it, like, sucks all the sugar juice out of my brain, even harder than this does for some reason. Do I have dyslexia? I don't think so. I mean, I make, you know, mistakes with reading out loud once in a while, but I would say, for the most part, no, like, in a diagnosable sense. And I've never really agreed with, like, the sort of TikTok armchair diagnoses of things where, like, every single fucking person you meet has ADHD, autism, dyslexia, smexia, hoopity-doopity, shoppity-dee. I just think it's really irresponsible that people jump into those realms of self-diagnosis or trying to, like, force other people to think they are something they aren't. It's just silly. Yeah, you put the sexy and dyslexia. And Chris, the infinite genius, never even thought to tell me that his key was missing, or suspected that it could be related to his little menage a trois with his gangster's girl, or whoever these people were. Needless to say, I was unbelievably pissed that Chris hadn't come forward at the time, especially when I was the one who almost got killed. Chris had the audacity to tell me that I was lucky. If anything, that he was partly doing this... Why am I not following this shit? Soon I will be diagnosing all of you. Let's see, Justin has, it's like sort of a leak. Chris had the audacity to tell me that I was lucky, if anything, and that he was partly doing this for me. He said the guy and his crew were the type of people you don't screw with, so why were you screwing his girl then, idiot? Do you, Andrea Strong? Let's see. Tell me something about yourself, and then I will stage 3 brain rot diagnose you. He said the guy and his crew were the type of people you don't screw with. So why were you screwing his girl then, huh, idiot? Anyways, of course it was never worth arguing with Chris, so I just grit my teeth, told him I understood why he let the culprits get away scot-free, and then as soon as our lease was due for renewal, I moved the hell out of there. And now I live in a much safer, more comfortable area in the suburbs with my beautiful girlfriend. And I'm glad I do because, man, I couldn't quit VR even if I tried. I have the MetaQuest 3 now, and it's even better than the 2. Thankfully, my horrible experience didn't ruin gaming for me, but you can be damn sure that I take regular awareness breaks for VR gaming these days. I don't use sound-canceling headphones anymore either, and I never, ever play VR when I'm alone in the house. You like to scare kids. There you go. That's one way to interact with them. What do you have? Let's see. I'm gonna look at your profile picture and then I'll determine. Oh, Jesus Christ. No, I'm just kidding. Wait, you uploaded a video about Jojo Siwa in Baldur's Gate? Alright, this is gonna be a serious diagnosis. It could get bad. You like D&D? D&D... You like D&D, but you have DID. No, I'm just kidding. I got the Holy Spirit in me now, yeah, yeah. Alright, so, guys, we got one more story, I think? Or no, two more? Yeah, one more? One more story. I'm gonna go take my magnesium. I will BRB and then we'll knock this last one out. I'm feeling in a much better mood now. BRB. Sorry, I'm back. I took a number 3. Why do you think Americans have issues with addiction? Well, it's not just Americans, you know what I mean? Like everywhere you go to the UK, everybody's addicted to something. You go to and it's been throughout time, you know, alcoholism and that kind of thing. It's just that the drugs have changed. You go to Russia, I mean, at one point, remember the crocodile bullshit or whatever? That was fucked. I mean, I guess it's still probably going. You go to South America, you go to Africa, there's just drugs everywhere, and it's just, I don't know, it's some weird type of escapism, you know what I mean, that people have or look for, dealing with issues or just trying to get away from their own mind or their own reality. And then, unfortunately, some of those like substances that they use to do so create a strong sense of dependency that, you know, you just possibly couldn't understand how powerful they are over your body's just natural mechanisms to make you want it more. Even just something as simple as like going and gambling, just that, you know what I mean? Like a good person like Norm Macdonald, just addicted to fucking sports gambling. Gotta gamble, you know? Gotta do it again. Because it just releases some sort of dopamine, you know, feedback loop within the brain or whatever. Ever been to the Olympics? I have not, no. Do I take magnesium every night or just to tolerate us? Yeah, I take it every night. I don't think it helps with anything other than just kind of making me a little sleepy. With the U.S. healthcare system, mental health support being out of reach for vulnerable people especially, it's no wonder. Yeah, I guess it's hard to say like exactly how you would like mentally health treat like people in mass, you know what I mean? Like what, do we just go to like every homeless encampment and catch them with a net or something and say, hey, we're going to talk you out of your psychosis? You know, unless we just go with like blow darts and start like blow darting people with Valium, that could work. Honestly, I think we should do that. We should put on like safari hats and camouflage and just get out there with tranquilizer darts filled with anti-fent. Where was I during January 6th? I was driving Trump's limo. I said, sir, we can't go drive through that crowd of liberals. I'm really sorry. He said, I don't give a goddamn shit what you say. Bust right through him. We're taking back Hollywood. A race 1426, the 20 twerk. Unfortunately, that's the twerkable amount is 30, but still, I'll do it for you. What do I think about Kanye West and Jeffree Star? Like as separate entities, Or are they dating right now? Is that what's happening? Mr. President, get down. Just make like a bunch of clones of Trump to be his Secret Service. I've been shot. Doesn't feel good. Probably the most painful assassination, even more so than getting shot by Abraham Lincoln. They were dating? Oh, wait, so Kanye's full gay now? That's crazy. Man, he really wants to sell albums, doesn't he? Thoughts on Kanye's cousins, because the tweet was crazy. Yeah, what did you guys were saying something about like him sucking his cousin's wiener or something like that? They both like did gay stuff till they were like 14 or, which is just like, oh, who cares? Well, that's a good point too, babe. It's like, who cares? And I guess us talking about it is exactly what his goal is, to get you to like, he's dating his cousin now? What? Alright, I'm buying his album. I don't care anymore. If we've gone full incest mode, I'm in, baby. No, I'm just kidding. But it's just, I don't know. C'est la vie. He was 14, cousin was younger. I mean, the whole situation sounds pretty fucking fucked beyond belief, you know? And I think we can kind of safely assume that Kanye West is pretty mentally out there with all the medications he's on, so who fucking knows what is or isn't him just selling albums. Church of Corrido with the 7 Canadian. Amazing stories like always. Thank you, Church. Appreciate you. Thought I lived in Pennsylvania, not Alabama. Well, we don't discriminate around here with people's personal choices. No, it's fucking weird. Fucking weird, mate. I don't know, but at this point, it's just like Kanye's said and done so much insane shit that you're kind of like desensitized towards like Kanye saying something crazy. You just, I don't know. It's literally like seeing like the homeless guy outside of the subway at this point. He just sits there and is like, "Oh, hello, baby, little Hitler baby, little Hitler baby. I seen a little Hitler baby. I'm a, hey. He's like, just keep walking, sweetie. Don't look at him in the eye. Don't make eye contact." But daddy, he's saying that I'm a little Hitler baby. You're not a little Hitler baby. Just tell he's a fucking on drugs. What are drugs, daddy? What are drugs? He's saying he's sucking his cousin's cock. Shouldn't we call the police, daddy? Just get on the fucking subway. First name Devoid. Thank you for the gifter to Misty Airy. Thank you. It's not what people call you, it's what you answer to. It's weird because whenever I called him cousin sucker, he was like, yes? What can I do for you? Are there any comedic narration channels? Yeah, I think in the past there used to be some that were really funny. Can't really imagine any new ones or anything like that. Jensen's channel, he has some funny shit on there. If you remember him. Alright, am I a comedian? Just a class clown, you know? In the early 2000s, the world was in the grip of Star Wars fever. Unless you were a teen in 1999 to 2005, you can't imagine what it felt like. We hadn't had new Star Wars movies since like the 80s, since we were little kids, and it was very likely that we'd stuck with Joey Coco Diaz impression. Like Joey Diaz. Hey Joe! Hey Joe! Hey Joe! Hey Joe! I don't know if I can do it. These fucking guys, fucking Joe. Went fucking nuts. Who's my favorite Jedi? Probably Korban Squibbler. From the Beltron region. Probably Mythilus Scoob. And Veli Dinkler. She was hot. With her 3 tits. Guy with the purple lightsaber. You mean Mace Windu? Obi-Goon Kenobi. You've heard so much about Star Wars today. Anything else exciting? Drooper. Joel is all of it. Comedian, YouTube content creator, therapist, friend, kitty daddy, and the chosen one. Who would have thought? Mama raised me well to be the chosen one. It's my favorite Glorb. Probably Glorbstein Burback. Back in the early 2000s, as you might remember, the world was in the grip of Star Wars fever. Unless you were a teen in the... Unless you were a teen in 1999 to 2005, you can't imagine what it was like. We hadn't had new Star Wars movies since the 80s, since we were little kids, and it was very likely that we'd be stuck with movies 4, 5, and 6, and that was it. The Phantom Menace was revealed and dropped, and, well, it was a bit crappy, but we loved it. Then Attack of the Clones released, and it was a bit better, and everything was Star Wars. Merchandise, action figures, toy lightsabers, they filled the aisles at every Target or Best Buy. It was a great time to be a Star Wars fan. And on top of that, video games. I had grown up on movies that my dad had I'd grown up on the movies my dad... Oh, okay.
There she blows.
Barbecue Jedi. What would you do if you were okay so he said yes and would go? Wait, what? What would you do if when you okay so he said yes would go? You had a stroke, I see. You smoked too much green. You've went insane and you'll never be sober again. Yes. I remember that time KFC was so going crazy on Star Wars ads on everything back then. I was in grade 8. I do remember eating some KFC with my family every night forever. No, it was around the Star Wars era, and they must have had some Star Wars ass cups going on, because I just remember it was like the new episode 1 was coming out, Phantom Menace, and my father was convinced that Qui-Gon Jinn was Darth Vader. How we didn't know any of the story, I guess that makes sense. The internet wasn't around to ruin absolutely fucking everything. So really the only trailers that we had were just like the limited amount of information we were going to get prior to the movie. Which is kind of awesome, honestly. Like, I miss not knowing fucking anything at all other than like just a teaser before going and consuming media. Have you ever seen that one guy, though, that reacts to like Star Wars trailers and like superhero trailers, and he's just always crying? He's crying in every trailer. Have you seen that? Have you heard about this? It's my favorite. Oh, it's my favorite, dude. That is my favorite guy. Just, what's the email to submit stories? Let's read submissions@gmail.com. Let me see if you can find. He's like sort of like your just quintessential Reddit moderator looking dude, and I can't tell if he does it to be funny. Guy cries at Star Wars trailer. Is it the Eric Butts? Is that his name? the Eric Butts. Let's see his. Oh, he's not. Oh, that sucks. He doesn't get much views. Oh my god, man. I need to... Bro. Oh, it's 9 minutes long. But it's, if you go to his most popular one, it's him reacting to like Star Wars Episode 9, The Rise of Skywalker. and he's just bawling his fucking eyes out, and it's like my favorite. It's just my favorite thing. I love that so much. I wish I had anything inside of my just innate personality to like love something so much. I don't even know if at the birth of my child I'd cry like that. Maybe I'll just be so stoked. Oh my god, it's baby Qui-Gon. It's baby Yoda coming out of my wife's pussy. What percentage of stories get read through submissions? Well, I guess it comes down primarily to like the type of stories we're looking for and then the keywords. So make sure you definitely put the keywords in like the title of what kind of story it could be. What would my child's name be? Hannibal. Hannibal the Devourer of breast milk. Hannibal the Unvaxxed. Yeah. Joel Jr., JJ. Let's baby. Let's tiny one. RFK's the mother.
He's such a cutie, isn't he?
I present true crime stories. Are you saying it like, I present true crime stories, the first ever heard? Or are you saying like, I do the action of presenting true crime stories? I present my butt to be slapped. On top of that, video games. I'd grown up on the movies, my dad had a DOS gaming PC, and my brothers had a PlayStation and a Nintendo 64, so I played all the older Star Wars games as a girl. TIE Fighter, X-Wing, Rogue Squadron, and my absolute favorite on my brother's N64, Shadows of the Empire. I don't care what anyone says, Dash Rendar was the coolest. Imagine my delight when my brother told me about Star Wars Galaxies, coming soon, an online RPG where you could create your own Star Wars character and explore the galaxy with friends. Now this was before World of Warcraft, so MMOs or massively multiplayer online gaming hadn't really even hit the mainstream yet, and to my 19-year-old Star Wars nerd girl mind, this was like magic. It was a way starting Star Wars Galaxies for 8 months. That's cool. I never even heard of it, to be honest with you. It sounds sweet, though. Wasn't there, like, one that was, like, Knights of the Old Republic Online or something? What do you think about Taylor Swift loving Kennedy? Loving Kennedy? What do you mean? She shot JFK? I knew it. Rogue Squad, gang, baby. You only play Lego Star Wars. I'll be honest though, Lego Star Wars was one of the better like Star Wars games though, for sure. Taylor Swift shot JFK. She was on the grassy knoll. But that's what I've been saying, bro. I was away starting college at the time. I grabbed a copy of the game from my local GameStop a couple of months after release, and wow, I was hooked. Now I won't bore you with geeking out over it, but let's just say that I'd found my gaming love. I rolled 3 characters, but my favorite was Jenka Talus, a Twi'lek dancer who was pretty nifty with a rifle. I'd go on hunts and gun down Force Wishes and Rancors, and then dance for my squad to heal their wounds and buff us up. Yes, this was a thing that you could do in SWG. You could also be a musician and She loves all of Kennedy's grandchildren? I don't understand what you're saying. Taylor Swift loves all of Kennedy's grandchildren. Like, what do you mean? Like they're like the Kennedys and the Swifts are like tight as a family? I think his eyes. Oh, what do you think? Oh, they're made of poop. Because I'm so full of shit. Didn't one of the Kennedys get lobotomized? Yeah, it was it Maria Kennedy? Rosemary Kennedy. We covered it on the channel at one point. Yeah. Yeah, the Rosemary thing is really sad. What is Rosemary's relation to RFK? Jr., that is. Rosemary Kennedy is RFK Jr.'s aunt. Okay, she was the eldest daughter of Joseph P. Kennedy Sr. and Rose Fitzgerald Kennedy, and therefore the sister of President John F. Kennedy and Senators Robert F. Kennedy and Ted Kennedy. Wow. So his aunt was born autistic, or like had, well, not even born autistic, like she was robbed of oxygen when she was being born because the doctor had the mother hold her like legs closed for, or no, it was the midwife. The midwife had her like hold her legs closed for a long period of time, which like restricted blood flow to the brain or something, and basically caused issues during childbirth. Otherwise she would have came out without any ailments, it sounds like. I present crime stories. Let's listen to them. Or they better not be AI. Yeah, they're AI right out the gate. Let's see. Dude, all these channels popping up that are just like AI, like voices, it just pisses me off. Like, get the flip out of here. Studying for my final A&P exam tomorrow to finish my first semester in pre-nursing. Damn. Did you cram in pre-nursing? Oh, yeah. I'll be honest with you, like, every freaking class I took in nursing, it was all cramming all the time. And, you know, it's nothing to be worried about. It's just that you're going to have to get used to, like, there will be a test probably every Monday, you know what I mean, for a lot of classes, and your weekends and sometimes during the week will consist of, like, studying for that test. And then as soon as you take one test, you're going to be, like, getting a lecture for the next test due, you know, it's going to be next week. And it's just a very fast-paced thing, and you'll figure it out, you know what I mean? Like, you'll, just like you figured out all of life thus far. It's just be prepared that you're going to have to work a little bit harder than, you know, your other peers and friends and stuff who are in school, because, you know, most of them, I mean, you'll probably still find time to have fun and go to parties and stuff like that, but you also might have to say no to some things because you have to study and just take notes and do whatever you need to do to figure out how to pass. Do I like tea? Yeah, tea's good. AI voices are real voices. Oh my god. That's true. I'm sure somebody will start chanting that at some point. Well, I party animal? Not really. I found out very early in my partying career that I threw up pretty easy from alcohol. So, which some might say, well, slow down, but it's like I'm going at the same rate as everybody else. It's just that, like, I never blacked out, but I definitively would just, like, always I would flow up directly on people's faces as they're sleeping on the couch. Can you take me to my bed? Hi, kitty. What's up, AA, Ron? I really can't hang, honestly. What's up, Alex? How we doing? Yeah, this was the thing that wounds and buff up. Wait, what is it? I'd go on hunts and gun down 4 switches and rancors, then dance for my squad to heal their wounds and buff us up. Yeah, this was a thing that you could do in SWG. You could also be a musician in a cantina band, or a creature handler, a martial artist expert, or a hairdresser, for real, and it was awesome. I played with a few friends. My tight crew consisted of 2 guys that I'd gone to high school with, then my roommate at college and her boyfriend who went here too. Then there was a German guy that we met on this SWG server who knew... God damn it. Forest witches? Forest witches? People's face, we actually got to do that. That's awesome. Honestly, if you're about to projectile vomit, just aim for a person. They'll like you more later. Then there was a German guy that we met on this SWG server, who none of us knew IRL but hung out with and chat a lot. I can't remember what we used for voice calls back then, but it was some program with a green icon that later became Skype. Oh, then later, fuck. I can't remember what we used for voice calls back then, but it was some program with a green icon and then later Skype. We were in-game though. We mostly used the in-game text chat because VoIP, god damn it. When we were in-game though, we mostly used the in-game chat because VoIP was pretty limited back then, and it also meant other players could join in our conversations if they were in proximity. To make things easy, I'll refer to my crew by their in-game player names. There was me, Janka, and then 2 male friends, Karn and Jedi Ian. My roommate and her boyfriend were Glitter Saber, Scream! My roommate and her boyfriend were Glitter Saber and Sith Manson, and the German guy was Noodle. God damn it. My roommate and her boyfriend were Glitter Saber and Sith Manson, and the German guy was Noodle Walker. One day me, Sith Manson, Glitter Saber, and Noodle Walker were exploring some deep caves on Tatooine. We were just farming for materials and killing trash mobs and looking for some objective quests that one of us was working on. We were communicating using the in-game chat, which meant anyone near us in the world could see what we were saying. We didn't expect to meet any other players down this deep in the cave system though, so we were talking about IRL stuff to do with college when this happened. Another player's name appeared in the chat and asked us if we were talking about a certain class at our college. Huh. We said that we were, and asked where he was in-game. He told us to keep heading down the cave, so we did, and eventually came across this guy meditating in the middle of a small open area. His in-game character was a very cool-looking human character. None of the rest of us played as humans, and he was called Make Wookie. Childish, but it made me laugh at the time. It turned out that Make Wookie was a student at the same college Glitter, Manson, and I attended, and we chatted for a bit, and I remember he was very cagey about almost everything. Glitter and I were playing on our PCs in the same dorm room, and I remember we even discussed whether maybe Make Wookie was bullcrapping us about going to here, because he didn't seem to want to give any details at all about who he was and what he studied or anything. We hung out with him in-game for a while, eventually leaving the cave system, and then we all added him to our friends list so we could reconnect. And by that point, we were fairly certain that he didn't actually go to a college with us and had maybe just said that he did. Cats domesticated themselves, so I'm damn well sure they know what taxes are. That's true. I mean, Pradeep is very... He's not here anymore. There he is. What are you doing, Stinky? Don't sit there. Come inside. Come in my fort. I made a fort for us. Fortnite. Over here. Get in the little bed. Get in the little bed. Oh, he's doing it. He's doing it. Good boy. Yeah, good job. Now lay down. Lay down. Lay down. Alright, hopefully he lays down, but he is in the little bed. It is funny when he they're so smart, and I really would be sick to like teach a cat some tricks. Because it kind of makes you wonder, like, what if they're like insane at learning tricks, like way better than dogs? Play some Fortnite. You taught your cat to sit? Does it really work? Do I take him for walks? I don't know. I've tried to take him out with a leash before, but he just like falls over on his side and just doesn't want to move. And I'm like terrified to just go out with him, or he'll get like killed by a hawk or a train. Would I read like a Shakespearean actor? Of course. By that point, we were fairly certain that he didn't actually go to college with us, and had maybe just said that he did as an excuse to hang out with people, which seemed harmless enough. He was fun and very funny, but most importantly, his character was high level, so it was worth befriending him for that alone. Over the next few gaming sessions, we introduced him to Karn and Jedi Ian too, and soon the 7 of us were having awesome adventures in a galaxy far, far away most nights. Still, Make Wookie wouldn't meet up with us or introduce him. Make Wookie wouldn't meet up with us or introduce himself in real life, or even give away any other details about himself. And it soon became clear, though, that he definitely did attend the same college as me, Glitter. It soon became clear, though, that he definitely did attend the same college as me, Glitter, and Manson. He'd remarked that he'd seen us earlier that day crossing the quad, or in the student bar, or down by the lake. Nothing ever too intimate. Nothing ever too intimate or specific, but he always got the locations and time of day right. Weird, but nothing unsettling. He was entitled to his privacy, and after a few days, though, Manson asked if we'd ever actually identified ourselves to Make Wookie directly, and when we thought about it, we hadn't. We told him what we'd studied, which dorm buildings we lived in, etc., but we'd never sent him any pictures or even told him our full names or anything. When Manson laid it out like that, it was a bit weird, especially because it was specifically me and Glitter, the 2 females that Make Wookie always remarked upon seeing around campus. Still, we didn't think much of it, but decided that we'd try to get to the bottom of it by discouraging him to come out of his shell. Discouraging him. I need a soundboard that says bruh. I need one that says hell no, hell no. And whenever I ask Pete Pradeep to do something, he can just go hell no. Can someone explain these new brain rot Italian memes? I'm employed. Yeah, right. Italian memes. You've been seeing gorilla memes again? Yeah, what have I been seeing? I mean, the one with the lion, about the lion raping everybody, that one's dead. That died really fast. There's a few stragglers around. I don't think I've seen anything related to Italians. What you mean by that? You never seen the lion one? It's like the lion doesn't concern itself with consent or something. You know, it says the lion doesn't concern itself with the opinion of British people, or you know what I mean, stuff like that. Or the lion, or then it evolved into like the lion rapes the small dog or something, and then eventually it switched to like the dog, I don't know, just different things where it's like, it's okay, the lion's not here, and then it cuts and like the lion's back, it's like, I am here, I will rape the small dog. So that's the exciting, you know, people ask if I read. I don't. I just keep up with complete, utter brain rot nonstop. What part of the internet am I on? I don't know. At this point, I've kind of come to the conclusion that the CIA just like generates a series of like AI made up memes that keep me busy. Just so I don't explode somewhere. Just kidding. Still, we didn't think too much of it, but decided that we'd try and get to the bottom of it by encouraging him to come out of his shell and meet up with us in person. Those plans changed when one day I got back to our dorm after class to find a note had been pushed under the door. Glitter was still at class or somewhere with Manson, so I snatched the note up quickly and noticed my name was on it anyway. The paper was folded in half, but when I opened it, there was just a single handwritten message. It said something like, "You looked really good today. Maybe we should make Wookiee." Nothing dramatic at all, but it still sent a chill down my spine. Maybe make Wookiee was just socially awkward, but this felt like a very clear attempt to say, hey, I'm watching you, and I'm close. And then the innuendo, of course. I was open-minded about meeting someone through the internet, but at this point, this guy could have been anyone, and it was creepy. Glitter, Manson, and the others agreed that it was weird, so we confronted Make Wookiee in the game that night, and he just laughed it off, saying that he'd been in the area, so he decided to surprise me. He was very charming, and it was real hard to stay mad at him, but I told him that next time he should just introduce himself. He said he'd think about it, and I took care not to acknowledge the innuendo to try and stop things from being awkward. And next time he didn't introduce himself. Instead, he left a gift for me in the common room. Cringe. Let's make Wookiee tonight. Video games are psyop to keep Americans overstimulated and alert. Yeah, every game developer is an agent of the party. Marvel movies are military propaganda. I mean, they really are, like, not even necessarily that, but they are just, like, the most, like, if ever there was, like, something connected, like, if, you know how, like, some people say, like, the Super Bowl is sort of like a psychological operation or, like, an Illuminati show of sorts or whatever. If ever there was a piece of entertainment that, like, falls directly into that line of, like, excessive mainstream, it's fucking Marvel. Because there's, like, a new Marvel show coming out that just looks so bad. It made me roll my eyes. So yeah, the Thunderbolts. God, it made me roll my eyes so fucking terribly hard that they went down in my tummy gut, and I got sick and shit them back out, put them back in. And now I have an eye infection, which is fine, so I don't have to see that movie. But I don't know. I am so direly burnt out from whatever the fuck Hollywood or movie, you know, superhero shit has to come out. Make a Wookiee cushion sound. Oh, that'd be actually really smart if somehow you could make a whoopee cushion into a Wookiee sound, so when you sit on it, it made the Wookiee. That would be brilliant. I'm sure you could figure out some way to make it, like, flap out of there in a way. The comics were literally written as propaganda. Did an essay on it for uni. Really? Interesting. Was it just like Iron Man, like, trying to, like, promote weapons dealers or something and say they're pretty cool dudes? You're looking forward to Thunderbolts. I'm sorry, I've just talked major trash. What's Thunderbolts even supposed to be? Is it supposed to be like a little bit more of like a serious The Boys type? Oh, they've got attitude. Sweet for the new Overwatch movie. I can't wait. Yeah, I better get some commissions off that. Alternative Avengers. Is it just an alternative? Didn't they already do that with, like, Guardians of the Galaxy type thing? Do I watch The Boys? Yeah, I've seen every season of The Boys. Season 4 was pretty fucking horrendous. Except the last episode was good. I don't know. Hopefully they get their shit figured out by season 5, and I think that might be the last season, but if it's really bad, then I will be sad, I guess, and my favorite show on television will not be that great. Improve morale. Well, I'll be honest with you, the Marvel movies are not improving my morale whatsoever. I feel demoralized every time I hear them. There's nothing serious about the boys except the heartbreak. I just meant like more mature as far as like the violence and stuff like that. Or like more gritty, I suppose. Or like, you know, it's not as everything's perfect, citizen. And we love America. And Israel too, don't forget. Ha 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 ha. Literally have a Russian Captain America. Is that what it is? Just like everybody's just like sort of an opposite thing. More guts and more butts. There's some really, really dark comics from the titles that were nuked after when the comic book ban hit. They were more focused on the realities of war and what the soldiers actually went through. Oh, wait. What's that show called? New Marvels. What's it called again? I totally forgot. And what's it rated? I guess if it's rated R, maybe I would see it. The Thunder Farts? Thunderbolts rating. PG-13. Oh. Lame. Lame. I don't know. What the fuck is a PG-13 superhero movie gonna have to offer anybody that's like even remotely different? I mean, I guess if you're just nostalgic for that experience of superhero shit, that's fine. That's fine. Absorb the propaganda. Let's Shazam. Next time, he did not introduce himself. Instead, he left a gift for me on the common... God damn it. Next time, he didn't introduce himself at all. Instead, he left a gift for me in the common room. It was a cuddly Ewok that... It was a cuddly little... Man. It was a cuddly little Ewok that talked when you pressed the tummy. It was a pretty cute gift, and the note with it simply said that he was sorry. In game that night, I told him that no apology was really necessary, and I really appreciated the gift. But again, he should introduce himself so I could thank him properly. Now fast forward through a few weeks of us playing the game together without drama. In that time I've been playing less because I had actually met a guy. He wasn't a Star Wars Galaxy player, although I was working on wearing him down and trying it. We'd been on a few dates, nothing too serious, and I was having fun with him and thought that I'd like to start seeing him actually. And that weekend, in Galaxies, the 7 of us were adventuring together, and I kinda made a remark that I'd have to cut the gaming session short because I had plans that night. Make Wookie asked if I was going to be hanging out with my boyfriend. I hadn't mentioned this new guy, and I'll just call him Dave, in the game chat. Glitter and Manson knew about Dave, of course, but I hadn't brought it up in Galaxies. But as of new movies, stuck on trying to make their version of any film, F my life. I know, right? It's just like, anytime like there's a remote amount of success, like every studio begins the motions put into place that take like 3 to 5 years to try to recreate the success of something else, and it's just like, and by the time it's ever even out, nobody gives a shit anymore, nobody cares, and nobody even, like, just, honestly at this point, just try to like take some risks, maybe some lower budget films, take some guaranteed, maybe it doesn't have to be guaranteed, but just take some risks on some new IPs and think of some new shit and just try it out, you know what I mean? Just advertise it, make it sound like, you can advertise it by being like, everybody thinks this is the new thing, and it's cool. And maybe some idiots will see it, like myself. Tony Hawk Pro Skater 3 and 4 together, pretty dope. Oh, that's pretty crazy. They need new writers. I mean, yeah, I think so. Unless it's all just like AI bullshit now. It just sucks because what if all that AI stuff is built upon like the backs of all the shitty writers from like 2015 to 2020? That would be miserable. Glitter and Manson knew about Dave, of course, but I hadn't brought it up in Galaxies precisely because I was worried that Make Wookiees might be weird about it. I asked how he knew about Dave, and Make Wookie said that he had seen us holding hands around campus. Maybe I was a little short with him, but I don't think that I said anything too dramatic. All I remember saying is something along the lines of, I didn't super love being watched by someone whose identity I had no idea about, and I just meant it in the sense that he should introduce himself. And Make Wookie absolutely lost it. An expletive-filled message popped up in the game chat, filled with asterisks from the foul language censors, and he just kept going on like that, calling me all sorts of horrible names, skank, hoe, and much, much worse, and we were all absolutely horrified and taken aback. Nothing I'd said or done should have led to this. Then, an alert popped up saying Make Wookie had gone offline. None of us knew what to say or do. We had no idea who this guy was, other than he went to. We had no idea who this guy was, other than he went to our college. We couldn't reach out to him to try and calm him down or even apologize. Not that I had anything to apologize for. I was really shaken and upset, and it took Glitter about an hour of calming me down to persuade me to still go on a date with Dave that night and to tell him about Make Wookie, just in case. Dave and I grabbed a movie and dinner that night, McDonald's, very fancy, and I told him all about Make Wookie's outburst. Dave knew about the guy because I brought him up before, but I downplayed any weirdness and hadn't mentioned the cuddly Ewok. And now I told him everything. Dave was understandably concerned, especially because we had absolutely no idea who Make Wookie actually was or who to look out for or anything. Dave offered for me to stave over. What deodorant do I use? What's deodorant? Pradeep just comes up and he licks me clean. You're also excited for Pokemon Legends ZA. What's Pokemon Legends ZA? Pokemon Legends ZA. Oh no. When does this bullshit come out? Is a Royale. ZA Royale is a competition where Pokemon trainers whose skills have been recognized are invited to battle to determine the strongest. Video game developed by Game Freak and published by Nintendo. What's it about? What do you do? Wake up at 2 a.m. It might happen. Oh, yeah, I use odorant. I sprinkle concentrated homeless goo directly into my pits. Warwick Davis is cuddly in a frog suit and Ewok. It was him. He's the gift. Have you seen Chucksamy, right? No, what's that? Only 2% of Twilight was filmed in Washington, mostly filmed in California, but another fun fact, Top Gun Maverick had a decent bit of scenes filmed here, though. That's cool. I wear Nodorant, yeah. Dave offered for me to stay over at his dorm that night, and I was kind of hesitant because I hadn't been planning to go that far with him yet. At the same time, I really didn't feel safe with Make Wookie on the prowl, so I agreed, with a promise from Dave that it would be a platonic night. Dave's roommate was away for the weekend, and honestly, Dave was a perfect gentleman, and it was a relief. He said that he didn't want our first time together to... The Joel Odorant. He said he didn't want our first time together to be under a cloud anyway, and we're no longer together. Dave's married with kids now, but it was eventually an amicable breakup, and we're still friends on Facebook. I've jumped ahead of myself, though. When I came back home to my dorm that night, there was a note pinned to my door. It was another curse-filled tirade, calling me all sorts of names, saying, "You've led me on," etc. And of course, it was signed again by Make Wookie. We've asked around the dorm to see if anyone had spotted a guy putting the note on my door. It was a female dorm, but the rules were really strict about male visitors, so it was common for guys to be milling around. It was a female dorm, but the rules weren't real strict about male visitors, so it wasn't uncommon to see guys kind of hanging about. Nobody could remember a suspicious person, though, and we had no choice but to log into Star Wars Galaxies and hope that Make Wookiee would show up. And nothing happened for a few days. His username showed up as offline constantly, and then one day he showed up as online. Karn and Jedi Ian tried to message him asking what was going on, trying to see if they could dig up any info about him since they were my friends from home and not college. Maybe he would let something slip. But Make Wookiee simply didn't reply to them. We managed to locate him in-game, and he was just sort of standing in a spaceport, not moving, and eventually went idle. And so that night, Glitter and I were asleep in our dorm room on the second floor. I was just drifting off to sleep when a loud crash sounded from the... Still up nearly 8:40 a.m. Yeah, what's going on? Yeah, just... What time is it here? 3:30? Oh, yeah, I gotta get to bed here soon. We're almost done with this story pretty clear. Yeah, we got like a page left. What's up, Chelsea? How you doing? Good to see you. Dun, 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 dun. This is so creepy. Yeah, do you think this is a good one to start with? I was just drifting off to sleep when a loud crash sound came from the window. Someone had thrown a freaking rock through the pane, and by the time I switched on the bedside lamp and rushed to the window, avoiding the glass on the floor, the person was gone. I can't say for sure that it was Make Wookiee, but if it wasn't, then damn, we got unlucky. The quad did have cameras, pretty crappy quality back in 2004, but all the security guys could see was someone dressed in all black walking past and then just absolutely yeeting a rock at the building and jogging off. Could have been anyone. Except when we logged into SWG the next day, Make Wookiee had sent a private message simply saying, "Ha ha 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 ha." Maybe he was just laughing at our misfortune, but who knows? It was starting to ruin the game for us, knowing that every time we logged in, some deranged stalker might just be there watching us. Even worse, he was watching us IRL somewhere too. So Glitter, Manson, and I put our heads together to try and work out who Make Wookiee could be. We'd encountered him in-game and believed it to be coincidence, but what if it wasn't? What if he'd already been watching us and somehow used Star Wars Galaxies as a stalking tool? Manson was the one who first suggested it. The first day we'd met Make Wookiee. May Wookiee. Joel, I just need the money to order. What are you ordering? Williams, I already have a Buttersucks shirt in the cart and Pradeep hoodie. Oh, yeah, don't spend any more money on me. You're good, dude. Thank you so much for buying the other stuff, but that's all you need. You just need 2 good pairs of clothes and rotate between those for the rest of your life. You think me, as a man who lives under a bridge, eats his own shit, cares anything about what a woman wears? Of course not. Of course not. But I hope you don't mind my breath. You can cover... Oh, yeah, I got you. Want the hoodie with Pradeep. It is cute. It's probably one of the best ones. I really like the one of the astronaut falling into Earth. I just finished another video of yours and saw you were live. I love that my night shift lines up with your streams. Nice, thank you. How was the video? The toothpaste I use. What's that? What the hell is that? What are these strange products you keep mentioning? They don't exist. You're from another dimension. Pradeep has a very lavish lifestyle. Widowy Sweck. Manson was the one to first suggest it. The first day we'd met Make Wookiee in game, Manson, Glitter, and I all had a lecture together. We'd been the last to leave, gathering our things up as we talked about the evening's plans. It was entirely possible that we'd talked about going questing in the caves of Tatooine. Glitter and Manson swore that we actually had, and we tried to work out who else had been in that lecture hall with us. The only person that we were... The only person we could recall was John, the freaking TA. I mean, surely not. Surely Make Wookiee couldn't be our sociology professor's TA. But he had been in the classroom that day, and he was the kind of guy who could just lurk around without being noticed. He did live on campus somewhere, so he could have been out jogging that night when the rock came through the window. And we sat on that information for a few days and only told Karn, Jedi Ian, and Noodle. And then one day, Make Wookiee was back online in SWG, ignoring us, so we sent him messages flat out asking him if he was John, the sociology TA. And we expected him to deny it or freak out, but instead he responded with ha 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 over and over, spamming it to each of us in turn. One final incident happened. I don't know when or how or who, but someone slipped a note into my bag at some point later that week. It was yet another slur-filled diatribe calling me all manner of names, accusing me of being someone who sleeps around, and Dave being a filthy pervert. Of course, we've been reporting all of these events to campus security, but yet again, there was nothing they could really do about it other than tell me to be vigilant and careful. The note had been slipped into my bag. I found the note in my panty line. What the hell? Have I tried cavity paste? What is that? It like gives you cavities? Do they have any toothpaste that is just sort of like high fructose corn syrup sugar? Tortilla paste. They'll turn anything into paste these days. I don't know. The messenger just says beatbox with like a sad face is just so funny for some reason. Like, beatbox. Are you gonna do it? Are you gonna beatbox? They have brands of different flavored toothpaste. Yippee! I keep reckoning on the Star Wars Christmas special, Chewbacca's father, Itchy, his wife, Mala, and his son, Lumpy. I do remember that being like the peak of like Star Wars trash back in the day, and then now we've just been inundated with complete content slop farm that is Disney Star Wars. You thought that was shocked? He's beatboxing. Officer, he's beatboxing. Get him! Stop beatboxing! The police officer's dual wielding, shooting like a 6-shooter at his waist. Stop making some sick ass beats. The note had been slipped into my bag, so it could have been from anyone. We've never shared our suspicions about John the TA with security. It didn't seem right. We kept an eye on him, but he seemed like a totally normal guy. Maybe a bit shy, and the only proof we had pointing to him Let's Read tank top. That's dope. I didn't even know they made those. I'm wearing my Let's Read G-string. We never shared our suspicions about John the TA with security. It didn't seem right. We kept an eye on him, but he seemed like a totally normal guy. maybe a bit shy, and the only proof we had pointing to him was the fact Glitter and Manson were sure that he'd been the only one in the room when we talked about questing on Tatooine. Hardly a damning legal argument, I guess. And so things kinda just ended a bit flatly. We stopped playing Star Wars Galaxies. It totally ruined the game for us. Make Wookiee got away scot-free with stalking and harassing me, and for the last 20 years, I felt just a little more unsafe than I used to. Sadly, there's no happy ending, and it really disturbs me because those notes from Make Wookiee were really unhinged. They were incredibly vile, threatening and violent, to the point that I haven't even used the exact language here when I'm emailing you because I don't think that you could read it actually on YouTube. And he threw a rock through our window, obviously. Someone like that doesn't just do this once and then stop because he got away with it or because he was worried about getting caught. They find new targets, new people to terrorize, new people to stalk. I found John the TA on Facebook recently, and he's a full tenured professor now. I'm not sure that it was him, though. But I did a little digging into the college that he teaches at, and he set up a fake account to join the closed Facebook group for college students there, and there's quite a bit of talk from students about anonymous harassment and threatening behavior going around. Throwing a rock is pretty easy, yeah. It's funny to think sometimes that, like, dodge... Like, if you've ever seen 2001 A Space Odyssey, where it shows all, like, the monkey tribes throwing stuff at each other, sticks and bones and dirt and stuff, and they're kind of like... There's a little bit of... I think there's a little bit of a water gap between them. If you think about it, that was the first ever game of dodgeball, which is kind of sick. So, like, if you've ever played dodgeball in gym class or just wherever, essentially you're paying tribute to your ancestors and just more or less simulating monkey tribes. And I kind of love that idea, really. And I think they should exchange, instead of balls, they should use really hard pieces of rock. Do you guys remember playing Dodge Rock whenever your grandparents were monkeys? I set up a fake account to join the closed Facebook group for college students there, and there's quite a bit of talk from students about anonymous harassment and threatening behavior going on around campuses at random. Of course, this happens everywhere, but could it be that John the TA is still tormenting students anonymously, even as a married, tenured professor? Whatever is the case, Make Wookiee is still likely out there, bubbling with barely concealed anger and rage at the world, ready to snap at any moment. If you can dodge a rock, you can dodge monkey shit. Dip, duck, dive, dodge, and dodge. Oh man, we made it, guys. We made it. It was only 4.5 hours. Time flies. Make Dodge, make Wookiee. Don't make war, make Wookiee. That's pretty good, actually. Don't make war, make Wookiee. Remember to play Dodge Rock with your enemies. Hey friends, thanks for listening. Click that notification bell to be alerted of all future narrations. I release new videos every Monday and Thursday at 9 p.m. Eastern Time, and there are super fun live streams on Sundays and Wednesday nights. If you got a story, be sure to submit them over at my email at letsreadsubmissions@gmail.com, and maybe even hear your story featured on the next video. And if you want to support me even more, grab early access to all future narrations and bonus content over on Patreon, or click that big join button to hear about the extra perks for members of the channel. And check out the Let's Read podcast, where you can hear all of these stories and big compilations located anywhere you listen to podcasts. All links in the description below. Thanks so much, friends. And remember, play Dodge Rock with the enemy tribe monkeys. Oh, shit. That was good, though. I think those last two stories really hit. The other one was good, too. It was just really out there, you know, so probably best to end with that. I'm really thinking about trying some, like, what are we trying? New titles. Like, these 3 people will never play video games ever again. Or some shit. I don't even know. Squawk? Oh yeah, where's Hawk? Hawk been? I haven't seen him in forever. But, I don't know. I'm just, like, so nervous. I wish YouTube had, like, A/B testing for titles, because it's so hard to, like, deviate, you know what I mean, from what has worked. These 3 people never find love because they played video games. These people never touched grass. Oh, that'd be kind of good. 3 scary stories to make you never want to touch grass. And it's just like someone's hand crossing across, like, digital grass or something. Anyways, we all got reefer madness. We're going insane. But I love you guys. Appreciate you. I'm going to get this up on Patreon. It's only $1 a month over there for all access to all new content before it goes up on YouTube. Roki the Fur, thank you for the 5 gifters. To Andrea Strong, Menopause Sucks, Sneaky K Potts, Brittany, and Jackson Todd. Thank you so much, Roki. You guys now have access to bonus content. Be sure to go check out that when you get a chance. And thank Roki for that. Yeah. I'll be back streaming on, what day is it? Sunday? I guess I'll be back Wednesday night for that. But follow me on Twitch, twitch.tv/lets_read, and Instagram @letsread.official to be kept up to date when I go live. Love and appreciate you guys. Thanks for being awesome. And yeah, we'll see you at the next video or next stream or the next podcast. Yeah. Okay, sounds good. Bye-bye.